Hey guys, this is FSX23. I decided to do a weekly hangout, and I'm going to try to start doing this on Sundays, and I'm going to call it Sunday Roundup. So the way this hangout's going to work is it's basically going to be down for anything. It's about politics, it's about religion, it's about what's happened during the week, and it's basically a summation of what has happened during the week. And I think Sunday's a good day because that's when Sunday shows come on. And I just want to have one day where it's a guaranteed hangout where anyone's free to join, and I posted the link on the YouTube page, so anyone who wants to join is free to join. Hey guys, this is FSX23. Oh, God damn it. I decided to do a weekly hangout, and I'm going to try to start doing this on Sundays, and I'm going to call it Sunday Roundup. So the way this hangout's going to work is it's basically going to be down. And of course, I have technical issues because I have technical issues every week. Happened during the week, and it's basically a summation of what has happened during the week. And I think Sunday's a good day because that's when Sunday shows come on. God damn it. And I just want to have a where you want free to join, and I posted the link on the YouTube page. So anyone wants to join, is free to join, guys. FSX23. And of course, I have technical difficulties. Oh, hey. How's it going? Can you hear me?
I hear you, but I'm hearing an echo or something.
Yeah, sorry, I'm having technical difficulties like always.
Oh.
But yeah, I just kind of pulled this out of my ass. I'm trying to do a weekly hangout, and I'm going to start it today, right now.
Yeah, I was just looking through my list of my subscriptions, and on yours I saw that you was live. I was, oh, cool, let's see what's going on.
Exactly. God damn it, why can't I control this? Oh, there we go.
You have another window open?
No, here. There we go. I shut it off.
Oh, okay.
Now the echo should be good.
Yeah, it's gone now.
Alright.
Yeah, I've seen some of your other hangouts, and I'm like, boy, these are pretty cool, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like whenever I try to do a hangout, people end up showing up. So, I'm keeping with that.
Did you send it out over at Google? I mean, the people that are heavy on Google Hangout that you're having it now?
I probably have to invite some more people, but
yeah.
It is on it's a live broadcast right now, so the link is on there if anyone wants to join.
Yeah, that's how I got in.
And I'm probably going to go and throw some more invites. This is kind of the beginning of it, but I'm basically, this hangout, I'm trying to look for kind of the areas where there's a conflict, where maybe atheists agree with Christians, and it's kind of like the death penalty. I'm looking at that. I'm looking at abortion. I'm kind of trying to look at those issues where we're not really settled and where there might be some overlap, so it might be a more interesting hangout. But
yeah, I'm pretty much an atheist myself, but I think sometimes Christians and atheists can agree on certain things if they don't get too wound up in the theology of the matter.
Exactly. There is a lot of overlap on a lot of these issues, and I don't think it gets enough attention. So hopefully today I will have a successful hangout, and we can get some theists on here. We can kind of see how we feel about, the religions, how religions are allowed to affect schools.
They should.
Yeah, I'm trying to find those issues where it's a little less clear than this arguing nonsense about evolution or the cosmological argument, which I fucking hate.
Yeah, the precept thing too. Yeah. The
precept thing, I'm willing to talk about all these things, but like I said, if anyone is looking, or if anyone just jumped on right now, there's a link on the YouTube page. I'm gonna start throwing some more links up directly to people. So I've got one person here so far, and he's got a fun cartoon character. So.
Oh, that's what it is. Have you ever heard of Second Life?
I have heard of that.
Yeah, I'm a resident there. I've been in there since late 2006. This is a
Okay.
character I made. It's my avatar I use in there. One of them. He's a big, fat, chubby.
So is that how you really look in real life, or?
I wish. No, no, it's what I like. Yeah, I think
I
it's
got you.
cool. Yeah, I pretty much stand out from the crowd about everywhere I go with this thing because
Okay.
everybody's always real pretty or
I
real
mean,
handsome,
I,
GQ.
I would say your voice definitely matches the avatar you put forth. I don't know if it's not a good or bad thing. I mean, I have my redneck roots, I have to admit, but I am a half breed, so I guess that's par for the course.
I think all of us are pretty much either half or quarter or something breed because like no one's. I mean, like I'm part Scots Irish, part
Right.
Cherokee, and
Well,
there's no telling what else is in my history. It could be a mix of all kind of people. It don't matter.
well, my family's really into genealogy, and I was going to mention this. I recently put in a DNA sample to 23andMe, so I'm going to finally know exactly what I am. I,
Yeah.
I
Oh, cool.
I mean, I'm half white and half black, so I already know I have Irish and I have German and I have English and I have
Yeah.
Sub-Saharan African, but it'd be really interesting to find out how those percents really bear out.
Have you ever heard of a test, a pheresis test? I think it's for like testing your bone marrow to see who you match up with, so you can like donate bone marrow to someone to help them.
Yeah, a lot of people at my work did that a few months back. There's a guy who got leukemia, so yeah, we a lot of us did that bone marrow test, which is it's a really invasive test. But I mean,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
he's a really cool guy, and I don't regret it at all. But
Yeah.
it's not a casual procedure, I would say.
No, but this friend of mine, all right, uh, he's a black guy.
Hmm.
And now his great grandmother was white, I think.
Right.
But anyway, uh, he wanted to donate, to help somebody. And part of the test, it shows your, I don't want to say racial mix because we're all the same race.
I
Just,
mean,
yeah, but it shows
it shows your racial mix. I have no issue with that. I'm not.
I hang up on the word sometimes because some people use it in a bad way.
Yeah. There are distinct differences between different humans, but the thing
Oh,
is, you have to understand after a few generations, it really doesn't matter.
oh yeah.
It's hard to tell. Like I think a great example is recently. I think there was a white supremacist who wanted to start a community that was all white. In order to establish this, what he did was he said everyone needed to get a DNA test to show that. And his DNA test showed he had a grandparent at least who was African. So
Yes.
I mean, it shows that you can have a grandparent who's white, and
Yeah.
even that it's impossible to tell.
But the results from his test showed
Yeah.
that he was compatible with this white lady. And when she found out where it came from, she's like, they couldn't take it out, I don't think, but she was like, oh no. I thought it was funny. He got a big kick out of it.
I mean, I find it hilarious. I mean,
Oh yeah.
I'm one of those half white, half black, so the distinction's really obvious to me because I have family members who like radically look different. I mean, my dad was from Africa, and my mom was
Okay.
from Kansas, so I people consider me black, but I guess I mean to me it doesn't really matter. I mean, I can claim the same lineage as whoever I want, I guess.
Oh, yeah. It's a prejudice thing.
It is. I mean, back in the South, they used to have those tests where you had to prove you had white heritage back to, a great grandparent in order to vote. And it's funny how these things kind of pop up again. But
I had never heard of that.
oh, they did. I mean, you had to
Wow.
prove lineage back in the day, even to get married. I mean, it was a pretty prevalent thing, but it's I guess it's gone now more or less. I would say voting rights in the South are kind of iffy, but
Yeah, it's bad though how people hang on to prejudice and stuff. They just pass it down generation to generation.
This is true, and I don't. This is one of the big issues I talk about. But I mean, I've dealt with prejudice in my life. My family's from Kansas and Missouri, so my
Yeah.
white half is rather. They always have to qualify my whenever I'm around. They're like, "Oh, he's still white," but it doesn't matter to me. I'm like, I don't know. I'm obviously contradicting your stereotype, so maybe it's a good thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I live in North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So talk about the South, and it it's not as bad as it used to be. At least not that I've seen. But the Klan is still sort of around here.
Right.
I think about 15, 20 years ago, I lived in this one area, and it came to my attention that the entire area was all white. Over here, this is out in the county too.
I understand.
And over here, the area was primarily all black. But I didn't catch that until someone pointed that out to me. I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. And then one time the Klan had a meeting one weekend, not far from where I live, just I think just across the street down this dirt road. And when I heard about when it was, and they had the signs up, I'm like, I'm going somewhere. I'm not going to hang around here. I just can't, I can't see it.
I mean, I'm from Colorado, and a lot of people don't know back in the early 1900s, like we had a Klan governor. Like there were Klan members, like the Ku Klux Klan used to be a party in the United
Right.
States, and they had a lot of power until the 80s, where they kind of violated some tax laws and they kind of disappeared. But I mean, there's still people who call themselves a Klan, but it doesn't have the power it used to have. I mean, it used to be like the NRA. I mean, it was a huge group of people.
Yeah, didn't it start out as kind of a local militia kind of thing, maybe, or police or something?
Uh,
And
I,
then it got good to them, and they just sort of went crazy.
it kind of started around Reconstruction after the Civil War, and the South kind of it was an iffy period in time, which people don't talk a lot about, when slavery ended. Yet blacks were free, yet they weren't free, and there are all kinds of laws that people passed to kind of keep slavery alive. So slavery survived for quite a bit of time after slavery officially ended. The,
Oh, okay.
the Ku Klux Klan was just kind of a way to oppose this new regime of black people having power.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood then. I thought it had a more saner origin somewhere.
I mean after Reconstruction they had sharecropping. They had black people would be imprisoned, and they had effectively the prisoners would be slaves. There, I mean, a lot of this kind of lives to today, but
Yeah. Yeah, that's one other big issue is when you're talking to a Christian, or especially fundamentalists. We look at it and go, slavery, I don't care what you call it, is wrong. But, and then they try and validate, no, it's indentured servitude, or they give other reasons to try to quote Bible verses and this and that. But, that's a big thing there. That's a big argument. It's like you can't get them to see or admit that, no, it's wrong. Whatever your book says, it's still wrong, to own another human being and treat them like that.
yeah, I mean, they like to pretend like, well, it wasn't the same thing as what we had in
Right.
America. And I'm like, well, it is the same thing. It's exactly the same thing as what we had in America. And I come from a weird position because I'm I'm a black person or a white. I don't know. I'm a mixed person, but I don't have any descendants like on my dad's side who's black. No one was a slave, so I'm kind of in this weird position that yes, maybe my lineage wasn't exactly enslaved, but the results of all the slavery in the United States, I still kind of have to live with.
Oh, yeah.
But I only have 3 viewers. I don't know if this hangout will work. I'm trying, but
Maybe
it's
the
like
three will join in.
exactly. What I'm saying, there's a link on the YouTube page for here. If you click on it, I will check my YouTube account to make sure this link is active. But
Yeah, that's how I got here.
yeah, it's off the YouTube page.
Yeah.
All right, so it's good. So if anyone wants to join in here, it's just kind of a random hangout I started. that I want to start doing on Sundays. And like I said, I'm trying to delve into those issues where there's more of a gray area. Basically, these prayer in school ideas. Should God be on our money? Should abortion be legal? Just these issues that there's really not consensus on either way. So it'd be nice to show where there's some overlap between people who claim to be atheist or theist or or who knows. I mean, I'm guessing you're in the who knows category because I don't think you're a staunch atheist.
Well, I'm not atheist, plus that's for darn sure. I'm not an anti-theist. I just don't agree with the books or the, what do you call it, dogma or something? Or I can't think of what you call it. It's how they interpret it or whatever, or what comes out of their interpretation.
I mean, frankly, if I had the choice, I wouldn't. I'm not happy with the label atheist per se, just because it has so much baggage that it causes confusion.
Yeah.
But as far as I see atheist, it just means I don't believe in God. And as far as I see anti-theist, it means I don't believe a God exists. So I would take both of those labels on, and I will proudly adhere to both of those.
Yeah, I think with a lot of atheists that I've talked to and watched videos about, it's not quite that we don't believe a God exists, is that we haven't seen sufficient evidence. We're open to the possibility, but we haven't seen anything that convinces us.
Right.
Of course, you can split the atheism up into different ways, and that's kind of my take on it.
You're right. And I'd probably take a harder stance. I do believe a God doesn't exist. I mean,
I used to be religious. I used to go to church, and I used to believe and fell away from it after a while because it wasn't working. The promises in the Bible they weren't happening in my life at all. And I'm like, okay, this is not working.
I mean, I used to believe God exists as well, but I'm fairly. I mean, I don't take the idea of a God existing any more seriously than I take leprechauns or unicorns or pink dragons. I mean, it's all the same thing to me. It's just as silly. I understand that God thing has more popularity than those others, but
yeah, lumping it together like that, well, that makes sense too. It's like, you don't believe Santa exists? Oh God, you're a heretic. You're damned for hell.
Yeah, I mean, Santa's a great analog. I mean, it's something like everyone in the world tells you is true. Yeah, it's not. So, I think Santa might be the greatest creator of atheists of all time, and he doesn't exist. It's beautiful.
Oh yeah.
But again, just in case anyone just jumped on here, I only have 3 viewers. This is a weird time of day to try to do a hangout, but
well, you're leaving it pretty open, kind of like some hangouts are like, we are about this, and a lot of people just don't have any knowledge about that field or really have a established belief or definite thing about what the topic is. So they go, nah, I don't think I better pop in there because all I can do is watch and listen. So
right. I mean, I'm basically just leaving it up into kind of what's gone on during the week. One of the bigger things I was hoping to talk about was capital punishment in the United States. This week and last week, it's been a big issue where they try to execute people and they're unable to get the drugs to kill these people. So basically, they're torturing these people to death. And it's bringing up the question, like, should we have capital punishment? Is that a correct punishment for crime? And that's one of the bigger things I was hoping to talk about today, capital punishment. But like I said, I'm basically leaving it open to anything anyone wants to talk about.
Yeah, I can see the point for capital punishment. Sometimes I'm like, yeah. And then other times I'm thinking, okay, people know that if they do some things, they're going to get killed for it, executed, whatever, But it still goes on. It's not a deterrent.
That's a big point.
That's the other flip side of it. It's not a deterrent to stop people from doing these horrible things.
I totally agree. I don't think it's a deterrent at all. And the statistics we found recently is that 5% of these people we execute are innocent.
Yeah,
And,
that's another thing too.
I mean, it's being executed for something you didn't do is almost like the worst possible thing ever. And I mean, I don't know if you know how this has become an issue, but we originally created these drugs that you can use for executions, and these have been sold to European companies, and these European companies decided to sell these rights back to American companies, with the caveat that they cannot be used for executions. So now all these jails that want to execute people, they have no access to these drugs that they were allowed to use to execute. So now they are concocting drugs from pharmacists to kill people. They're experimenting basically on these execution victims, and these drugs aren't working. So these people are like, they recently 2 weeks ago they had to cancel an execution midway through because the drugs weren't working, and this guy ended up dying of a massive heart attack.
I
I
had
mean,
not heard about that. Huh.
we have not had an execution in 2 weeks in the United States. There have been several that have been scheduled, and they've all been canceled, or the Supreme Court even ruled on an execution recently to stop it because they're just experimenting with these drugs to kill people, and they don't know what the hell they do.
Yeah, the prison. I don't know. On one side, you can say, well, we put people in prison so that they can be rehabilitated.
Right.
Okay, that's a fail. Oh, and then others say, well, we put them in prison to keep them apart from the rest of society, which is a good idea. You know. But it's a mess. It really is.
It
It's
is a
like
mess.
they're not solving the problem, of criminal activity, of murder and stuff like that. It's like one of them unsolvable things, and the only alternative we have is let's put these people away. Get them away from everybody else.
Yep.
Then we end up supporting them. You could say.
All right. And it looks like I have a couple more viewers on here. So, like I said, on the YouTube page, there's a link to the Hangout if you guys want to join. It's pretty open. I'm just kind of trying to find the overlap of where there are issues where atheists and theists don't necessarily come down on these black and white lines, such as abortion and like we're talking about execution. So, if anyone wants to join, you guys are free to join. This is kind of a random hangout. But yeah, with the execution thing, another thing I wanted to point out is that it costs more to execute someone than to hold them in prison for life.
Really?
It costs 6 times more money to execute a person than it costs to just keep them in jail for life.
Wow. I've noticed one thing since I really started getting into the atheist stuff on YouTube. So I never really identified with the word atheist. Because for years and years, I never really thought about the church or God. Sometimes I would, but I've been away from church for oh gosh, 20, 30 years, more. But I never identified as atheist. It was just kind of like,
well,
it was a non-issue, really. But when I started watching science stuff on YouTube, I love watching science videos, about astronomy and evolution and stuff, and that just sort of overlapped into the atheism. And I'm looking at myself like, yeah, that's what I am.
I mean, labels are kind of a problematic thing. I do understand why people don't want to call themselves an atheist, and it's not really that important to me that they do. But I would say that all an atheist means, just back in the school days, like the school world days, all an atheist means is you don't believe in God.
Yeah.
That's all it really means. It's not a complicated issue. It's not something that needs to be debated. It's just, do you believe in God or do you not? I honestly don't believe that God exists. So that's all an atheist really is. And if you choose to identify with that or not, it's not really important to me. But
yeah, but watching a lot of these videos, watching a lot of these videos and stuff and reading stuff, it's kind of helped me sort of, how do I say it? It's helped me understand what I went through.
right.
As I left the faith and all, and where I'm at now, it's shown me that there are other people that have that think the same thing, and it kind of helps me. Oh darn, I can't think of just exactly how to put it. I'll just say it's helped me a lot to understand what I am or what I think.
Right.
It's helped me become more sure of stuff too.
I mean, I think the Christians have done a very good job at dirtying this word atheist, and they've created a controversy where there doesn't need to be one. And that's kind of why I'm out as an atheist. I just want to make it a more popular idea and just say, you know what, it's not something to be ashamed of. It's just a lot of people are just like you. They don't buy into this crazy idea, and it's more than fine to say, you know what, I don't believe in God. I don't buy all this BS, and we should really try to fix problems dealing in reality and not in this nonsense of theology.
Well, I think one thing too, on YouTube, you kind of get a distillation of stuff. Like you get the fundies and the creationists, and they're not necessarily what a lot of the mainstream Christians are like.
That's true.
Yeah, you're seeing this one very loud group, very outspoken group. It's just like in politics and stuff. You know, Pat Robertson, people like that. They're very loud. They're very outspoken. A lot of them have a lot of power as far as followers or money or organizations or inroads into government. But I kind of look at it like this is not saying that a lot of other Christians are like these people. You know, there are a lot of good Christians out there. You know, they're good. They're just good people. Period. You know.
Yeah. Definitely. And again, like I said, I'm sorry. I'm just letting everyone know that the link is on the YouTube page.
Oh yeah.
I keep saying that.
I was just going to add one last thing. When I used to go, I mean about the Christians. When I used to go to church, it was a good experience because there were a lot of genuinely nice, caring people there. And sometimes I think the reason that is because people that really want to help other people and they care about other people and they want to do the right thing, you know, and be moral and stuff like that, and try to help as many people as they can, they go to church because that gives them a resource or a place where they can actually do what they want to because it's, you know, it is organized and stuff, and they can help more people, you know, than they normally could, if that makes sense.
Oh, it makes sense. I mean, my mom's a Christian, and she kind of probably falls into the Christianity I used to have, which is there was a great cognitive dissonance in your mind where you were able to separate reality from what your religion was, and you could function just fine.
Yeah.
I mean, there was definitely an inconsistency to it, but it never really seemed to affect your actions.
There's Art.
There is Art Norris. You just joined the fray.
Yeah,
Hey, Art.
guys. Hey guys, how are you?
Oh, pretty good. How about you?
Yeah, I'm fine. If
Yeah.
you don't mind, I'm just gonna stick around and wait for the creationist.
Where are they? I mean, feel free to invite some more creationists. I kind of did this out of random just to see if it worked, but they tend to fill up. So hopefully we'll get some creationists. Oh, we got a sinus. Yeah. Yeah. So more and more people.
I've seen him in some hangouts too. I've never met him though.
I've never seen him in a hangout.
Hi there.
Hello.
How are you?
Absolutely fine. Just finished my workday and I'm already drunk.
This should be interesting.
That's a good day.
It's Memorial Weekend in the United States, so that means I am off today and I am off tomorrow. So I will drink to my heart's content.
Fantastic.
So what's your? I've never seen you on one of these hangouts. What's your background and where are you calling in from?
I'm calling in from Germany. I've just finished my workday. Well, I'm not actually working on Sunday, but since I'm I'm an engineer, a software engineer, and I'm working. Yeah, it's hard to explain. I get recruited for all kinds of projects, and usually they just go on and on until you meet the deadline.
That's awesome.
And
You call from Germany, and if you know, I'm famous for having my German. Here, let me get my German flag up. Right there, see it?
yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's black and white, but I recognize it.
Yeah, it's all gold, red, and black. So I thought I'd throw that in there.
Yeah. No, I was just going through my subscriptions, and Well, the topic was I'm not exactly sure.
See, so basically, I'm trying to find kind of these issues that are controversial for both Christians and atheists, and I'm trying to see trying to create a conversation that's not so repetitive that we've already done 1,000 times. So I know
Right.
like the abortion issue is an issue that there's some conflict with atheists and Christians about where they really feel about that. Or the death penalty, there's some conflicts with where they feel about that. And I'm trying to find those issues that aren't so set in stone where, Christians feel this way and atheists feel this way. I want to find these issues where we have a genuine conflict of interest.
An overlap.
Right, exactly. Something where we can have a real discussion about something instead of them talking about scholars saying Jesus existed, because that sucks.
Yeah, I don't really know. World peace? But
The world. I guess world peace is always a good goal.
yeah,
I mean,
I suppose I should now strip and dance. I don't know.
I guess so. I mean that we're at 8 viewers, so if you
Oh,
strip
cool.
and dance, we'll definitely get up to.
No.
All right,
No.
let's get some
No.
viewers on here. Let's do this. Just joking.
No.
The naked hangout.
Oh yeah, I have a
No,
naked
but,
version of my character. I can show that.
I saw Captain Awesome. I think he did a naked hangout like a week ago. That was hilarious. But I'm really not looking to do a naked hangout. So, like I said, the link is on the YouTube page. Hopefully we'll get atheists in here pretty soon. I kind of just shot this out of nowhere, but I already have 3 amazing atheists on here from around the globe. So,
I don't know about amazing on my part.
you got a nice redneck image. We're happy. And I have
I did grow up in a trailer park.
nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I don't know. Do they? I kind of want to ask. Do they have trailer parks in Germany?
Yes, we do. There
They do?
are, but it's not that common. We have here and there, but they're usually actually considered holiday spots. They're places where you want to go, which is, I think, very different from what you consider a trailer park spot.
Oh, they're not like living there.
So I'm
No,
guessing.
no, they're not living there. That it's just a spot where you go when you have.
So it's like an
Time
RV. It's like an RV park.
Yeah, right. It's your house, your holiday house, but you can't really afford a house, so you just buy a trailer and park it somewhere. And we have those spots. I think there are 2 or 3 in my immediate vicinity. But please don't ask me how they are called. I would have to look that up. But yeah, we have those, but it's not a common thing. Nothing.
I know you probably don't realize it, but to Americans, this is fascinating that in Germany there are no trailer parks.
Yeah,
No.
and that's something I never would have thought of or even heard about.
I never really would have thought to ask the question, but it kind of popped up, and I'm really glad I asked the question because there are no trailer parks. Are there trailer parks in England or the UK? Hello?
With the English guy?
I'm sorry. Are there trailer parks in other parts of Europe, or is this a distinctly American phenomenon?
I'm no expert for all of Europe. I mean, Europe is huge.
I agree.
But yeah, I really cannot answer that. I have to say I don't know. Atheist answer. I don't know.
Well, that's a good answer. It's an honest answer.
Well, I'm just going to call it official. There are no trailer parks in Europe.
It may be strictly an American phenomenon.
This is strictly American phenomenon.
No, definitely not. But we have these little the people in my area, they like to make their holidays in these little houses somewhere else with these little gardens, and they're not exactly trailers. And the houses they have built there, they're very basic, block houses or something like that. But yeah, it's not comparable. When I see, please go on. I know my accent is horrible.
No, you're giving a good answer. So when you think of a trailer, are you thinking of something with visible wheels? Are you thinking of something with like a staircase attached to it, and all the wheels and all the underpinnings of the trailer are like hidden?
Yeah, but when I think about a trailer park, from what I know about from the movies and so on, yeah, it's mostly, yeah, they look the same, but the wheels are missing, because some ethnic group, I don't want to mention, stole them. Oh,
Which ethnic group were you? What ethnic group do you think? So when you think of trailer park, what ethnic group are you thinking lived there?
Yeah, I'm not allowed to say.
Yeah, you're allowed to say.
No, I'm not. The NSA is listening.
The NSA's, oh, fuck the NSA. You're allowed to say. I could tell you the main ethnic groups. There are two main ethnic groups that tend to live in trailers. Which ethnic group are you thinking of? From England, or from Germany? I'm sorry. Like, if you're looking at America, what are you, when you're imagining a trailer park in the United States? What are you expecting to find?
Yeah, okay. I'm going to pay for this, but yeah, let me answer.
You're not being racist at all. I am so goading you into answering this question. So
yeah,
if he says I'm asking him to guess what ethnic group. He's not being racist at all. So you're covered. You're fine. So you're free to say what you think.
Yeah, I was away for a minute. I might have missed something. I had to ask my roommate a question about trailer parks in England. He was stationed in England and Germany back years ago. He said that what they have in England is like what y'all was talking about, where people just go to rent on vacation, but no one living there. So sorry to interrupt. Y'all go ahead.
He's talking about RV parks, but I'm so fascinated what Sinus is going to answer. So who do you think lives in a trailer park in the United States?
Well, quite honestly, when I think about that, the first thing would be black people. Second one would be Hispanics. And yeah, I'm not really sure. On third place, yeah, I think I have to quit on that one.
So that is fascinating. That is what you think. So what I would say is number one is white people.
Yeah, pretty much a majority.
And number two is Hispanics. Trailer parks are known as what people in the U.S. would call white trash, which I think is a horrible term. It's a bad thing to say, but that is overwhelmingly black people tend to live in urban areas, not trailer parks.
Yeah.
So you'd be lucky to find a black person in a trailer park, honestly.
Well, see, the one I grew up in, it still exists, and I'm surprised the trailers are still standing. They've got to be 40, 50 years old.
Right.
It's all Hispanic.
I've never known a black person who's ever lived in a trailer park my whole life.
That is absolutely fascinating to me.
Yes, exactly. And that's why I like these cultural.
It blows my mind.
It blows your mind. Black people live in the ghetto, which is houses that are shitty. Well, not black people, but that's a stereotype. Like urban areas. It's in cities, not in trailer parks. Trailer parks are mostly poor white people.
Absolutely fascinating.
Unless it's a retirement community.
That's right. We all learned something today. And to my 8 viewers, there is a link on the YouTube page, so everyone is more than free to join in the discussion, which is absolutely random, but we have learned something so far, that Europe does not have the trailer park culture of the U.S. And they believe that the trailer park culture is dominated by black people, which is incorrect.
Which is completely false. Yeah.
Completely false.
sinus. Am I saying that correctly? Sinus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that works.
Yeah. Well, sinus is just a small sample though, so we can't
Yeah.
say that all Europeans think.
No, you only have a small sample from northern Germany, so that's what I can say.
I would say that, but I think sinus is probably a good indicator. I honestly, I think he's being honest, and I like it. I like Sinus's honesty because he said he didn't want to say black people live in trailer park, and he said it, and that I knew that's what you were guessing because that's look. If I lived in Europe and I had no idea of the U.S., that's probably what I would guess too. So I'm not really thinking badly of him for that, but it's interesting that this is a U.S. phenomenon.
It's for me, it's the United States. They always try to pretend we have solved the race issue. But if you actually look at the politics they make and all the decisions they do and their not the politics they do inside the states, but what they do outside of the states, you get the kind of the idea that all the racism it's still there.
It is.
It's not as bad as it used to be though.
And I don't know if you heard me mention this earlier. I recently took a DNA test for 23andMe, which I would like a lot of people on YouTube to do. And it will break down how your racial makeup is made up. It'll show if it's Northern Saharan, if it's European. It breaks it down into really distinct categories. And most white people at least have about 10% from Northern Saharan African. So I think it'd be really cool if a lot of people would do this too.
We should have, shouldn't we? I mean, if the whole common ancestor thing is true, we should have.
Oh,
yeah.
They all almost. I've never heard of anyone who has 0% Northern Saharan African, which means like that's probably within 5,000 years. That means like it's a great grandparent. But I'm half black and half white, so I am very complicated. And my white half is almost entirely German. That's why I have this German flag. But honestly,
it's very complicated. I like that.
and the thing is, and also the whole German thing. Like if you look at races in Europe, it's kind of more complicated than people think. And England was populated by Germanic people, so Germans really spread out more than just Germany. I thought Germany would be a great way to just distinctly quantify my white half. It's spread all over. The Saxons, right?
We got our asses kicked so often, so now we decided to be more social. I don't know. No, seriously, I got my this whole thing that you are the ancestor of monsters, and you're really a bad person just because of your history. And I got this hammered into my head from the earliest time in school, and I got so sick of it.
Yeah, that is.
But I couldn't really say, this annoys me, I don't like this. It took, I'm not sure about, I think about 2000, in the year 2000, it became okay to say, yeah, okay, actually I am a German, and we have this great football team, maybe you know them.
I would say it's very unfair. I mean, you can't. World War II happened like in the 50s. It's unfair to.
Yeah, I wasn't even born then.
Right, and even the people who lived there in that time. The United States in the 50s isn't really a beacon of tolerance and beauty. So this was an ugly time throughout the world. It was ugly for Germany, it was ugly for England, it was ugly for the U.S. It was an ugly period in time. And I don't hate Germans, and I don't think poorly of Germans. And honestly, I think Germans have taken the criticism very well. I don't hear Germans really being pro-Nazi, and I don't think of Nazis when I think of German. I don't. That's not even the farthest thing from my memory. So
Yeah, neither do I. I always think about good cars when I think of a German.
I do think I almost bought a German car a week ago, but I ended up buying a Japanese car. So damn it, I was this close to buying the Jetta. This close to buying the Jetta. But I got the Mazda 3. So.
That's
Yeah,
like
and you were
people-
this close to doing the right thing.
Well, you have to understand, if you buy a German car in the United States, to fix that damn car, it is insanely expensive.
Oh, right.
Right. Yes.
Insanely expensive. I'm sure in Germany it's a reasonable price to fix it, but in the U.S., if I buy that German car, like to fix the most simple problem with my car,
We have these funny laws how for export and import between the European Union and the USA. There are some very funny laws how that is taxed.
But I have to admit, the German cars are built very well, which is, I mean, yes, it costs a lot to fix it, but how often are you going to fix this car that's built like a damn tank?
Exactly.
I mean, even a cheap Jetta is like, it's fucking solid aluminum. It's like, you drive that car, it feels like a solid piece of rock.
That's old school. That was 10 years ago.
Right.
Our current
They're
cars,
actually-
they're just as flimsy as everything else.
Yeah.
Everything is made of
Yeah,
plastic, and it's all just...
Well,
yeah,
you have to,
nowadays too. Yeah.
your
It's-
cars have gotten more flimsy. I'd admit, but you have to understand everyone else's cars have gotten more flimsy too. So you're still at the top of the game.
Yeah, that is true. Relative
only-
to the rest. Yeah.
The only other cars I would say are empowered German cars, which most people are going to give me shit for, are Fords. Ford cars are very well built as well. So
Actually driving a Ford.
Fords are very well built.
The German cars.
German cars are very well built as well.
Wow.
And for all those who are listening, there is a link on the YouTube page, so hopefully we will get atheists in here. But I am more than happy talking to...
Yeah, my question was, how does this connect the theists and the atheists globally? Doesn't really go anywhere.
How does it connect, meaning...
break that down.
Yeah.
Look, I'm putting a general topic out because I'm just kind of looking to have a discussion. I'm just trying to really... We have a lot of these discussions with theists that are they're very set in stone the way these conversations go, and I'm trying to find these issues where the atheists are going to disagree with the atheists, the Christians are going to disagree with the Christians, some of the atheists are going to agree with the Christians, and some of I would like to complicate the issue a lot more than what it has been. I like to see some people agree with the theists, and I like to see some of the theists agree with the atheists, and the atheists disagree with the atheists, and the theists disagree with the theists. I'm trying to find these issues which I brought up, or capital punishment, abortion, secularity in societies. These issues where it's not so set in stone, and everyone really isn't sure how they feel about it. And I think it'd be really interesting to have a discussion where it's not just I have my script that I'm going to go by. They have their script they're going to go by, and nothing really gets solved. I'd like to find some discussions where we actually disagree.
It's going to be tough, really tough, because we have our worldview, so to speak, and the theist is going to always come back from the scriptures. That's his main basis.
I think so too. Abortion. Well, from the theistic point of view, you cannot be for that, so that's off the table. What else do we have? Gay rights.
Yeah, pretty much the same. Even though there are exceptions, of course, but
Yeah, I'm just thinking about. I know here in my region, the Catholics, they are really going pro-gay, so it's okay. You can do that, and you can still be part of the church. But that's of course just this small regional denomination.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think one thing though, a lot depends on the Christian that you're talking to or get engaged with. There's this one lady, her name is Fiona, and y'all probably seen her.
Mm-hmm.
She is Catholic, she's a believer, but she also knows a lot about science.
Yeah, I
So
thought she was an
like
atheist.
people like her, huh?
I thought she was an atheist for a long time.
No, I don't know, but she says she's Roman Catholic.
No,
But
she's a Christian.
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
I'm saying the impression that how she acts, how she argues, she's like an atheist. Very liberal.
Yeah. But see, she can look at science and accept science. You know, she
Right.
she sees it for what it is, that it works. And there are a lot of other Christians that are like that too. They accept science.
Honestly, what I would say is I think the majority of Christians are truly like that. The majority of Christians are more like Fiona. It's just they don't care.
Right.
They're not going to come onto YouTube. They're not going to have a debate because they're not interested.
Yeah, and they are not young Earth creationists.
Right.
Yeah,
No.
they accept-
Fiona will get on a younger creationist and beat them in the ground. You know?
Now, granted, in the U.S., there's a majority of people who believe.
Yeah, I heard about 50% or 54 or something like that, a majority.
Right.
That is so extremely disturbing to me because you have the
Thank you.
greatest army on the whole planet, you have the biggest nuclear arsenal,
Yes.
and the people that govern you are midgets, mental midgets. I'm so afraid.
I get your point, but you have to understand a lot of this is for popularity's sake. I don't think the majority of the people in the government truly believe half the shit they say. They're just
They
saying
are lying. Is that a possibility that they're actually just talking?
Yes, a politician lying. Yeah, I think it's very.
It's shocking.
Right. Yeah.
It's a shock. Really. Oh.
I mean, Republicans. I mean, they have to play to the lowest denominator, and Democrats do as well. But I mean, I would say. I don't think our president is a young Earth creationist. I don't think the Speaker of the House is a young Earth creationist, even though he's a Republican, John Boehner. And I don't think the Senate Majority Leader is a young Earth creationist.
But that is a little bit offensive towards the population of the country, isn't it? I mean, if the politicians all talk out of the left side of their mouth just to convince them.
True, but if you were to take these people who are claiming this, if you were to really dig down into if you really dug into the question, I don't think it would be a majority. It's just I think they're more or less saying, oh, there's this controversy, and maybe it's going to be this way, maybe it's going to be that way. I don't think they're necessarily dogmatically saying, I know for a fact, evolution is false. They're just saying, they're skeptical about evolution just because there's so much dirt that's
Evolution is still a controversy.
I mean, they create a controversy over it. I mean, it's not a controversy in our universities. It's not a controversy.
Of course, it's not a controversy for your doctors and
scientists. There's really no controversy. Just people don't like the implications of it.
Well, I mean, you have to understand the majority of our population is like over 60. So when you're looking at these statistics, you have to understand a lot of these people are old fuckers who really care.
Put it nicely.
Yes. I mean, it's kind of skewing the way most. Honestly, it's not.
Is the U.S. that old? No.
Yes. It's very old. That's why. Yeah, the majority is retiring. I mean, the majority of our population is in the older sector. The majority of our population is over 50.
Hello, everyone.
And also there's one interesting statistic that tracks what people, what's the age of people watching what kind of media. And
Right.
Fox News is predominantly old people. Liberal media, predominantly young people.
Yes.
So we have a hope, I would say.
Yes. We have to wait. In the U.S., we're going to have to wait for a lot of these idiots to die and stop voting. Because the older people also tend to vote a lot more than the younger people. So there are a lot of issues that make America look a lot crazier than we really are. Not to say we're not crazy, but
That sounds so damn sad.
But you have to understand, you're talking to an American right now who probably agrees with you 90% on all these issues, and I'm not like a weird person here. I'm an average person who thinks this way.
I went to vote today. We had Europe voting, and we had to vote on our local mayor today.
Okay.
And I actually went there at not 8 o'clock, but shortly behind 8 o'clock, and I was the first guy to actually vote.
Oh, let me
I
ask.
knew all the people who did the work in the voting booth. So that's probably not working towards my favor, but yeah.
I have another European curiosity. So, when you guys vote, does it have to? Do you have to go there in person, or can you do it by mail?
You can do it by mail. You get this little card. I could actually no.
Depends on the
I
country.
shouldn't. I suppose I
It depends
should
on the
not.
country. I'm from Ireland, and you're not allowed to do that.
Okay. And one other question, which is so pointless, but I'm curious, because like I love talking to people from a different culture. Do you guys get the I voted sticker?
No,
No.
nothing like that. We do have a little bit of I don't know if it's the right word, voting warfare. A little bit work before the stuff happens, and the greatest voting gift we got were 2 little pieces of bread. Two little. I'm not sure what you call them. My vocabulary is killing me right now.
Crackers? Crackers?
No, better than a cracker. Not right a piece of bread. It's
Wafer?
Wafer might be the right thing.
Wafers,
Yeah.
Like an ice cream cone type wafer.
No, better than that. A little better than that.
Waffle.
Oh my god, this is so fascinating. I'm not
Unleavened
gonna lie.
No, this is me lacking the vocabulary. It's we call it a Brötchen.
Oh, okay.
A bread roll.
Yeah, it's a very small piece of bread.
Yeah, bread roll. A bread roll.
Like a croissant.
Brötchen.
A croissant.
Croissant, yeah, that's very close. It's not really that, but it's pretty close, yeah. And that was the voting gift for one of our parties. And then the other one, they had little packets of, this stuff. You put it in your mouth, and it goes.
Pop rocks.
Pop rocks.
Yeah, something like that. And
Yes, this is amazing.
Isn't that supposed to encourage me?
nothing of that had anything to do with their program or was in any way aligned with anything they would do.
I think we've broken.
I was just sitting there scratching my head. So what are you doing? Why do you give this to me? What's the point?
So to
Can I have
everyone
a coffee with that?
So to everyone watching, I have to point out again, there's a link on the video, on the comment section on the YouTube video, so anyone's welcome to join. But we have broken great news just now, that when your people in Germany vote, they get a packet of Pop Rocks and a croissant.
They're lucky, we get nothing.
It's not exactly right, but yeah, close enough.
I know.
Chance, how do you pronounce your name? Is it Chansader?
I'll sign that.
Chancer.
Chancer?
Cancer, because I am one.
Oh, cancer.
I'm a
Cancer.
cancer too. When's your birthday?
Chancer. Because I
He's
am one.
taking chances.
Because I take chances, yeah, exactly.
Are you talking about zodiac signs?
No.
I was looking at it and it almost looked like Chansader.
Well, the Chancer was already gone, so I used an H instead of an E.
No.
That's all. No mystery.
Okay.
Anyway, coming back to American, I just wanted to make a quick point. When you think about it, the last presidential candidate that didn't make it got 61 million votes and believes in magic underwear. So, I mean, there still is that fundamental, serious, religious thing in politics in America, you know?
Yeah, see, that's one thing. There are these groups. I mean, they're kind of small, I guess, by some standards, but they're very vocal and they're very powerful and they have a lot of money. And so that's where the problem comes in a lot of times.
Yeah.
And you have to assume, like, most of the voters aren't really acutely aware that Mitt Romney, being a Mormon, would lead him to believe in magic underwear. I don't think that was really the issue of the debate. So,
Physics, can I quickly? You said that I can invite people. Unfortunately, I think you're the only one who can invite people. So, if you want people to come here,
well, what you can do, Art, is if you're in the Google Hangout, so if you copy and paste the URL that's at the top of the screen, If you send that to someone, they can click on that link and they will be joined right here.
Okay. Well, did you invite Veckel at least?
I did invite Veckel, and like I said, it's noon. I like Veckel. I do like
too,
Veckel.
yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
You like that guy? Actually?
I'd rather talk to Veckel than G-Man. Look.
Yeah, definitely.
Well,
Okay.
okay, I'll give you that much.
Granted.
Look, every theist who's going to be on here is going to have some wacky ideas. But Veckel, I can at least have a conversation with him. I can talk, he will listen, and then he will talk and ignore everything I said. But at least we can have a back and forth. Whereas G-Man will just filibuster and yell and shout, and there's nothing that can be done with that. So
I think one bad thing that puts people off is when you're talking to someone like G-Man or Veckel or Arcane. He's another example. Is that whenever you ask them a question, and it could be hard, no matter what it is, they're going to go, oh, well, the Bible says, and I want to hear what they feel, their feelings on it, not what the Bible says.
But that's the whole
strikes
thing.
me as
They
being
have no mind of their own. It's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
They're fed as sheep. They're sheeple.
Actually, I think they do have a mind of their own. And they
Well-
use this mind to interpret their scripture in just the way that works for them.
Well, perhaps, but I wouldn't actually. No, I would disagree with you to a certain extent. It's the mantra. It's the mantra over and over again.
Yeah.
I'm probably oversimplifying and giving a little bit too much, I don't know, hyperbole to the whole thing, but what I don't personally like about the Veckel guy is this whole extreme. Oh boy, my computer's lagging. Can you hear me?
yeah.
Yes, we hear you fine.
Okay, audio is still okay. What scares me a little bit about Veckel is his whole end time thing that he is doing. I actually watched it at his channel. He has this comic series where he does this end time animation series and all of that kind of stuff. And he had this whole talk with Redline about hell and how that's actually a nice thing. I'm sitting there and yeah, I don't really agree, and you scare me. I hope you don't get into power.
I tell you who scares me more of the whole bunch is Raw 5069. There is one guy that I
looks
would
like me,
really
doesn't he?
fear
Just in black and white.
in power. Because he would, and has said to me in Hangouts, that he would, end times, instantly push the button, we'd all be fucked.
I mean, I totally agree. This end times thing is a little sketchy, and the where it really bothers me personally is this whole supposed debate over global warming, and you have this group of people who basically are like, well, who cares about the future of the Earth? The Earth is about the end, and they're not taking actions to to secure our lives. I mean, it's dangerous.
This is the danger of religion. This is the danger of this.
It's a danger of fundamentalism. It's not religion. Look, most people who are religious can understand that global warming's a thing, and that we're not gonna see Jesus fly down tomorrow. This is a majority or a minority, I'd say, of religious people who take this seriously. But they get to speak for the panacea of religious people, and a lot of religious people don't want to challenge them on that issue. So now we're left with people not taking action. We're left with, global warming, it's not really an issue because the world's about to end. Anyway, who cares?
Yeah, it's like they're looking at it's going to happen in our lifetime, and they're not taking into consideration by not trying to take care of the environment, not being responsible. What are you leaving what kind of world are you leaving for your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren? I mean, if this became the popular thing that everybody would do, it's still kind of a small group, but it's still a scary thought.
I mean, it's like the evolution debate times 1,000. It's like the global warming. There's still there's still a debate over this issue, and there's none. I mean, I'm a person who has a geology background, and I have taken all types of climate classes. I thoroughly understand this issue. I mean, there's really nothing to say. there's global warming and it's being caused by humans, and there are a lot of thresholds that could be met, which would make things a lot worse than what we're experiencing today. And it's scary to think that people are just going to wait until we have a massive sea level rise of a foot, which is going to kill thousands and thousands of people before they take action.
Is it still the case that you can say that you have a certain, I don't know, Christian denomination that is actually speaking for the American Christians? Or has it fragmented that much that you really don't have that anymore? I mean, if I think about John Hannity, or when O'Reilly says Christianity is not a religion, it's a philosophy, or all these crazy people you see on Right Wing Watch.
Right.
I'm not from America. I only see the highlights, so to
Well,
speak.
this whole idea
Really
of
good point.
he's got a good point. The whole idea of this Christian right thing came about in the 50s and 60s. And before that, it wasn't. They didn't use this generic word Christian. People would say, "I'm a Protestant, I'm a Lutheran, I'm a Baptist, I'm a Catholic." There wasn't this panacea. There wasn't this Christian term that just encompassed everybody. But then they decided, you know what? If we just generalize to the nth degree and just call it Christian, we can pretend like all these people believe the exact same thing, and they're a collective group.
And they belong all to us, as long as they don't disagree. Yeah.
But you have to understand, like, when it comes to global warming, there's a lot of evangelicals who are, they're saying, God gave us this earth, and we have a obligation to protect it. So they are, very good environmentalists. There's a lot of crossover.
But I'm not that skilled in the Bible, but I think after God flooded the earth and he put his bow up into the sky, which became the rainbow, he said he wouldn't do it ever again, and therefore we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Well, at least no more flooding.
Well, that was the Old Testament, so we're living.
Right.
Just write everything up. It's the Old Testament. It's a simple excuse.
Yeah, you can't
I
put too
love
much
that
weight.
one.
You can't put too much weight in the Old Testament unless it's talking about
But is it safe to say that in general, this idea that America is completely Christian and a little bit crazy about the Bible, that it's not really true. You have all these little groups. You have a lot of these little groups. Probably the majority are part of these little groups, but they don't agree with each other.
No, definitely not.
The funny thing is, Protestants generally do not consider Catholics Christians.
Yeah, I've heard that. I think G-Man doesn't consider...
Right. If you look at world statistics, if you're taking Christians by number, and you say Christians represent, 60% of the planet, half of those are Catholics.
Right. But,
so,
I think Catholicism is more widespread, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. By far. They'll include Catholics when the numbers help them, but then when they want to get down to...
I've seen that in arguments.
Sorry, go ahead.
I've seen that in arguments come up on Hangouts and forums and stuff like that, where Christians Catholics are not true Christians, but yet when it comes down to the actual statistics of it, they turn around and say, they appeal to the they appeal to the numbers. 60% of the world is Christian, so they add the Catholics in. Then that's perfectly legitimate for them to do, but they're, I suppose, very two-faced in it. Behind their back, they're going, they're not real Christians. They're not real Christians.
What I find fascinating is what Sinus was saying about he doesn't live here, and he's on the outside of all this stuff that us Americans are involved in, and he's seeing it, and he's telling us what he sees, and what he sees is pretty much what the rest of the world sees about the United States, and they're probably going, what the hell is wrong with them people over there?
Yeah, well, I'm from Ireland, and certainly we get all the I suppose to a certain extent we tune in for the drama factor of what the fuck you mad bastards are up to,
And I think
The USA is
It's
a
like-
world power. They're important. So we pay attention. What's going on over there?
Sinus, have you read Christian Nation? The book, The Christian Nation.
Sam Harris?
Not Sam Harris. What the
No,
fuck
but
is the
it's-
author?
No,
It's
I
a
haven't read
novel,
it.
like, but it basically depicts. Actually, you really should read it because then your conspiracy theory of the Christian takeover will really take off. I'll get you the author. Hold on a minute.
You have not heard my theories about the Muslims yet. So
Well,
please don't go
listen,
there.
I have enough of them as well of my own, you know.
Okay.
They're going to outbreed the Christians anyway.
It's Sam Harris, Christian Nation?
Yeah. It's Letter to a Christian Nation from Sam Harris, but I don't think that's what he's
No,
talking
no, that's not the one. This is just a novel.
Yes, I think that was mentioned on the Atheist Experience
Probably.
last week.
The thing is with this Christian nation idea, there's this thing in the U.S. where we have deified our founders, and they've deified the Constitution, and they turned it into this like holy document that is like immaculate, and we can't change it, and it's an absolute document from God. So
Infallible.
That's the that's the name of it and the author there in the sidebar.
Yeah,
No,
that's one thing. When you go back to the Constitution and the people that wrote it up, a lot of the people that were involved in it were not necessarily Christian, but they were deist, I think. But they saw the danger of allowing any certain religion to be in control of a government, and they wanted to keep. That's why there was a big thing about separation of church and state, which is a great idea because if we were a theocracy like what a lot of these very vocal groups are trying to do, we'd be screwed.
that's true. Oh, we lost Sinus.
We lost Sinus. Pity.
Oh no!
It's all right. We've got Cancer.
Chancer.
Cancer. All right.
Chancer. CH. Chancer. Because I am one.
Chancer.
Take 5 from the 8 there and use a 3 and use it for an E.
So what? Oh, Sinus is back. So what I would here,
Welcome
Chancer,
back.
let me ask you a question, Chancer.
Yeah.
See that this is a partial theme of this hangout. Do they have trailer parks in Ireland?
Do we have trailer parks? Well, yeah. We have the Pikeys, and they all live in mobile homes, if that's what you mean. Like, the Pikeys would be gypsies.
Right.
But, yeah, we've got, well, I suppose we'd have, like...
Would that compare to white trash?
Oh, yeah, well, they're a breed of their own. I'm not being racist, but they are a breed of their own. They have their own fucking laws nearly.
All
But
right,
there are rough areas. Look, listen, in Ireland, there are rough areas. Where I live here in Dublin, I'm not originally from Dublin, but I live in Dublin now. And the particular area I live in, which is West Dublin, is particularly, full of gangsters, drugs. It's rough.
All right, Chancer. So, and we asked this to Sinus. If you were to think of trailer parks in the United States, who would you expect to be there?
Don't be afraid. They won't hurt you.
No.
What demographics do you think live in trailer parks?
The more honest you are, the better.
It's a trap. Don't answer it.
Don't, yeah.
It's not a trap. We're not gonna think you're racist. It's not a racist question. It's just it's an interesting
curious.
idea of like how Europeans see us.
They're just curious.
We are curious.
Yeah, I was kidding. Yeah.
All right,
I don't
Chancer.
I would. Well, you get this impression, I suppose, if you take on, we'll say Eminem and 8 Mile and all that sort of stuff. It's all white trash, isn't it?
Is that
You
what
know
you
what I
think?
mean?
So you think white people live in trailer parks?
Well, no more than if Mars Attacks. Did you ever see Mars Attacks? They're all white, all white fucking.
Now
rednecks.
there's a real historical documentary.
All right, so we've got another
And
insight.
he's closer to the truth than anything else.
So
That-
he's like,
that is so
It
sad.
could be. Listen, it could be as fucking close as anything. You know.
oh, it's awesome. No, that's a great answer. Your answer. His answer is, I saw Mars Attacks, and it was about the white people. So I'm guessing.
Well, we know that Hollywood is so real, man. You know.
It's all right. All right. So we got two different. So I guess the Germans think black people live in trailer parks, and the Irish believe white people live in trailer parks.
It's probably all Irish.
I had to mute myself there a moment. I was laughing too hard.
All right. I'm sorry. I had to.
Stereotypes are fun.
They are fun. I mean, it's fascinating. I mean, talking to people on YouTube, it's amazing how much more people in Europe and UK know about us in the US versus what we know about them.
I bet all you guys think that fucking all us Irish keep leprechauns as fucking pets as well, you know?
No,
And eat Lucky Charms for breakfast.
I mean, I found out my great-grandmother is Irish, so I am 1/8 Irish. So
I'd fucking say there's a lot more of that in you.
But see, Ireland, we love Ireland in the U.S. because it gives us an excuse one day a year to just get fucking hammered on whiskey and Irish car bombs for no good reason. That's the U.S.
Green Day, isn't it? Yeah,
Right,
what-
it's St. Patrick's Day.
We don't even need a fucking excuse to do that every day of the week.
And same thing, like the U.S. people think they dislike Mexicans, but come Cinco de Mayo, all of a sudden it's like tequila and margaritas. We find any excuse in the U.S. to drink beyond reason. So
Well, that is definitely the Irish coming out in you.
Oktoberfest, I love that.
Oktoberfest, yeah. Well, you can't beat Oktoberfest.
Absurdly large beers and fucking delicious bratwurst. Oh, I love it.
It's 1 liter. One big.
Oh, and I was gonna
with
show my
1
beer.
liter, we call the mass. Yeah.
Oh, I got my beer. My new Can you read that? New Belgium? Oh yeah, yes. That
New
is-
Belgish. No, you
New
move too
Belgium.
much.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
backwards.
and I got cheap shit.
New Belgium, fat.
Baba,
This beer is.
Yeah, it's backwards. Sorry, my camera's inverted for some reason.
Oh, wait, I have to make sound to keep it on my screen. So.
yes, little German guy. Why can't you read the name of my beer? It's only backwards.
Here, I could reverse the camera if you really need. It says New Belgium, dude. I love this beer. It's it's amazing. Snapshot.
Well, I suppose that's one of the cliches that's actually true about Germany. We have good beer.
You fucking do
you
have
have
good beer.
amazing beer, and a lot of people don't know, and I don't mention this too much. I have a geology background, but I work at a brewery, so I know all about beer, and I know all about German beer too. So I bow to German beer. I love European style lagers are almost the pinnacle of perfection to me.
I lived in Berlin for a few years, and the beer in Germany is nectar of the higher beings.
Yes. I mean, I would say that I live in Colorado.
Stop. I'm going to grow. I'm going to become a little bit overboard. No. Stop.
I will say that Colorado.
Because this beer is very cheap and it's still very good.
What is it?
It's called Einbecker.
Yep, I think my company owns that.
Oh.
And I will be quiet now.
Yeah, right.
The best time I ever had, well, one of the best times I ever had was when I got to Berlin first, and we were working on the buildings over there, and we went out, a few of the lads from the building site went out one Saturday night, and it was the first time I'd been in a pub and started drinking a few beers, and they were just waiting for me to stand up, and as soon as I stood up, I just lost all control of my legs, just dunk. And I didn't feel drunk. I didn't feel intoxicated, but none of my body would work. It
That was like the first time I
fucking
drank
amazing.
And what I would throw this out. What I would say is Colorado has become a very huge beer state, and I would say Colorado is putting Germany to the fucking challenge. I think Colorado may have outdone Germany in a lot of beers. So I'm just throwing that out there. We have fresh water from mountains. And I think we might be kicking your ass.
Okay, guys, don't start another whole
Yeah, right. Let's start another war about that.
I mean, they are stolen beers. I grant that, but we modified them, and they are much better. I love it. I love a Hefeweizen.
I would contest that, but yeah, probably.
Where's the evidence, sir? Present your argument and your evidence.
Well, I would say Germans are the best at a traditional Pilsner or a lager. A clear beer that has just a good bite to it, like a Stella or a Heineken or a Pollyander. Or they make a really good, just clear, fucking just sweet lager.
This one is a Pils, and it has a little bit of a bite.
Yes.
After you drink it, it's not really it's not sweet at all. It's a little bit more.
It's a Pils. You can tell by the green bottle.
And I enjoy it.
As a beer aficionado, I would have to say that the green bottle is not very good for beer because it doesn't block UV light and it spoils the beer. So you want an amber bottle. An amber bottle is what will preserve the flavor of your beer, or even a can.
I'll tell the company right now.
I would say I've recently become a huge fan of canned beer because honestly it preserves the flavor way better than a bottle will ever do.
I just fucking drink to get pissed. Fuck that fucking beer shit.
Wasn't there a joke or something comparing?
I'm fucking Irish. We drink it out of a fucking shoe.
But I'm also American, so I do drink Bud Light. I love a good Bud Light. I know it's piss, I know it's water, and I don't care. I'm going to fucking mow my lawn, and I'm going to drink my goddamn Bud Light.
As long as it tastes good to you.
It tastes like water. It's like the.
Then why would you drink it? I mean, why would you pay? What does it cost? $4?
$4 for what?
For a can of beer?
A can of beer's not $4.
How much is we'll say a
Oh
can
wow,
of beer?
we have just discovered something new. How much is what we call
Six-pack?
So in the U.S. we'd call this
I think a 6-pack is about $12 or 12 euros. I don't know exactly what that is. That would be that's too high.
That's like $14.
Beer.
Wow.
Yeah, that's about $2 a beer. Yeah, that's about right.
So if you want to get like a really nice 6-pack of beer, like a fancy 6-pack.
No, that's the cheap ones.
A cheap 6-pack in the U.S. is like $5.
Dude.
Less than $1 beer.
It's called Busch Light.
Okay, I'm not exactly the perfect source for that because I don't actually go out and buy beer at the rest stop at night.
In Ireland, in Ireland, a can of Budweiser is about €2.20 per can.
Well, who buys a can?
Well, I'm just saying, I'm giving you just per can, so you can multiply that by 6
All
or
right,
6 times.
so
I think a bottle like this would be about at least €1.50, usually more.
Well, guys, I think I'm gonna beat you all because in Czech Republic, it's the cheapest beer you can get for like $50. It's like a bottle, a liter, I think something.
I mean, there are. I don't know if you guys know what a 40 is, but you can buy there are brands of 40s you can buy for $1.80 in the United States. And a 40 means it's 40 ounces of beer. It's a big bottle of beer for $1.80. It's shit beer, though.
We have that kind of beer. No,
I'm not the right person to make any kind of assessment how much beer you can buy for any kind of money in Germany. I really don't know.
So in Europe, do they have tall boys?
What does that?
A tall boy is a piece of furniture.
So in the U.S., a tall boy is a I love this interaction here. A tall boy in the U.S. is a 20-ounce can of beer. It's a can of beer that's it's a good thickness.
Big fucking metric to us, you fucking
You mean like 1 liter? Or?
imperialistic bastard.
Yeah, it's a liter. It's a liter. A liter of beer.
Liter of beer.
Well, in Czech Republic, it's about half $1 or $1, something like that, and those are the good beers, actually.
Wow.
You're basically talking about a barrel, but not a barrel in the sense how you measure the amount of liquid. Just a barrel. Something
I know. A barrel is 2 kegs.
What the? I'm lost completely.
I work at a brewery, so we deal in barrels. It's a specific measure. Like a traditional keg is half a barrel. It's a half barrel.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the container that is called a barrel,
Right.
which is usually a really big thing. Which
You mean the one that you connect to the kind of dispensing things?
No, that's a half.
Pressure.
Well, that's a half barrel.
Oh.
okay, I'm out.
And
I don't know anything about.
A barrel,
isn't
barrel
the
in
standard
Ireland is about 80.
Unless it's different in the UK, they sell a literal barrel, which would be huge. I mean, that would be like up to your chest.
Yeah, well, a barrel in Ireland, the average barrel is about 85 pints.
Yeah, that's
for a commercial. That's a commercial barrel, like.
And it comes in that metal container that's probably about
metal
3.5 feet tall. That's a half barrel.
What the heck is doing? I'm sorry. Feet and barrel sound completely fucked.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm from the U.S.
It probably.
No, it's okay.
A barrel here is about 90 liters.
Oh, now you're talking my language. Okay, liters.
A barrel is about 70 centimeters tall. Does that help?
Now. Now you're talking my language. Okay, centimeters. Liters.
Am I the only? Oh wait, no. I guess Heavenly Hall is the other American here, but.
Yeah, I don't drink anymore though.
Well, that's probably a good idea. I do.
Well, I quit drinking years ago, and I quit smoking finally. I have no desire for beer, but boy, I could smoke one cigarette about a yard long. So I stay away from it.
Oh God, did he help you out of that?
I'm sorry. What was the question?
We have Nate.
Finally, Nate. Hello.
Hey, Nate.
Nate's my brother.
What's up?
Christian. Finally.
And a lot of people don't know, since we're international, Nate is in the same state as I am.
Woohoo! Oh, okay.
Another Coloradan. But he's from Colorado Springs, which is nuts. So.
Colorado Springs was a very famous place. Nikola Tesla did a lot of good experimentation there.
That is true. That is true.
Nikola would be one of my great heroes.
And they have some pretty good barbecue places, I must say.
Yes,
Not exactly on the same thing as I was talking about, but yeah, okay.
Hey, this is the most random hangout ever, but
Yeah, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be here.
No, you are the most entertaining person I have found on YouTube in a while. I mean,
That's what I needed to hear. Thank you.
You let us know that Germany does not have trailer parks. And that black people apparently, from the German point of view, you're fine. Honestly, I really appreciate
That's what Hollywood tells me. What
Yeah,
am supposed to
I
do?
agree, Sinus. I agree.
Look, I'm really happy you answered that question honestly, because it's good to dispel stereotypes, and I like that you answered the question honestly. I'm not thinking you're a bigot or racist or anything like that. You seem like a really cool guy.
Sinus, did you ask me a question a moment ago about me not drinking or smoking or something?
Yes. I was thinking when you said you stopped smoking and drinking, was that when you found God?
Well, there's a two-parters to that. Years ago, when I used to be a believer and go to church, I did quit smoking and drinking for that reason. And then I left the church and I started back to smoking and drinking. But this second time, I just quit. You know, I just lost desire for the drinking and the smoking. What happened was I got real bad sick one year, and it was like flu or something. And I'm trying to smoke a cigarette and coughing my lungs up when I'm doing it. So that sort of help me wean off the smoking.
We're at the Freedom from Religion Foundation Regional Conference. And
What is that?
Who's
That's
talking
him
there?
being told off.
So, hey Nate, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. Just getting around for this day.
Awesome. So, basically, the topic of this is I'm trying to find these areas where atheists don't necessarily agree with atheists. Theists don't necessarily agree with theists, and there are these issues where there's kind of a complication, and it's not so black and white. It's where we can kind of agree with each other. So, some of the issues I brought up were the abortion issue, secularity in the United States, and capital punishment. So, if you have any ideas of any three of those, it'd be awesome to hear a theist perspective on any of that.
Or
So you're-
something that we hadn't thought of.
Right. I mean, we all have the same generic arguments all the time, and it's nice to find out. You know what? Atheists don't always agree with each other. Christians don't always agree with each other. Sometimes atheists agree with theists, and sometimes, I like to show we're all real human beings who think about things, and it's nice to find, some common ground.
So
And we
what,
learned something
what-
really important, that Germans think that black people live in mobile homes.
I'm so sorry about that. But
No, it's great.
No.
You had good justification, Hollywood. I mean, that,
It's a really good answer, to be honest. You didn't say anything bad. You didn't. I'd really like people to be honest. It's better to be honest about things. And now I don't think. Do you still think black people live in trailer parks after our discussion? Well, maybe.
I have to rethink the whole thing. It's not on my mind all the time what happens in trailer parks. So
Fair enough. I was just curious if Europeans have the same phenomenon of trailer parks.
we don't really. Yeah,
But
okay.
anyway,
it's something where you go in your holiday and
Yeah,
pay
exactly.
very good money for that. And
Yeah.
But anyway,
it's not some place where you park your poor people. Come on.
well, it is in the U.S. But I'm happy.
Did that sound racist or in some
No,
way
it didn't sound
demeaning?
racist. It didn't sound racist to me in any way.
It was an honest answer.
It didn't sound racist. So I don't feel you're a racist.
Why do I feel so ashamed for giving an honest answer? That's so wrong.
Don't
Listen,
listen to the American scientists. Don't listen to them. Don't listen to them.
Hey, you're talking to a black guy right now. You seem to be okay with it. So I don't think you're racist.
I accept
Actually, we're
that.
going to cut that part out and post it so everyone can see just how racist.
I'm gonna make you popular, Sinus. I'm gonna.
No, don't.
I'm just joking. I'm joking. So anyway, we have Nate who's a theist, so hopefully we can see if there's some common ground. So
Yes.
why don't I bring up a kind of something I was talking about at the beginning. I don't know if everyone heard it. I was talking about capital punishment in the United States, and if Colorado is it's a big state with big prisons, and I'm not sure if I personally do not feel capital punishment is a moral thing to do, and a lot of the reasons why we're having issues executing people in the United States is because Europeans, drug makers have made it so we don't have access to the drugs that are necessary to do this the right way. And recently in the news, it's been shown that these people are suffering because they're being given experimental drugs, more or less, to be killed. And Christians tend to be pro-life, and sometimes that issue gets blurred when it comes to things like capital punishment. So it'd be really nice to hear from a theist drinking a massively large beer.
massively large glass of tea.
Right. Hey, we are all. I am
Too
off
early for
tomorrow.
beer.
Tomorrow's Memorial Day in the U.S., so I am off. Tomorrow I can drink all the damn beer I want. I have my New Belgium. So, Nate, how do you feel about capital punishment as a Christian? And then we might agree, which would be amazing.
I hate capital punishment.
Oh, see? I knew it. I knew there were issues we both agreed. So, what is the reason you disagree with capital punishment? Let's see if we have the same kind of justification for these things.
Because I think any loss of life is unfortunate. I think it's I have problems with you know, I guess there's a little case for morality, but before we get to that type stuff, I just don't like the idea of it. Plain and simple. I don't think, no matter what someone else does, that doesn't make it okay for you to kill them. But yeah, in a perfect world, we would, you know, we would build a giant fence around Wyoming, put everyone in prisons there, and say, look, we'll give you enough food to keep you alive.
I don't get that.
Like we'll give you. Hold on. So, anyways, in a perfect world, exile would be preferable because I don't like the idea of putting people in cages either. I think that's a bad thing. So be like, look, we'll give you enough food and shelter to exist, but now it's your job. Go farm crap, go build houses, have your own little community away from society, but you have a giant state that you can run around in.
So it's coming back to it's coming back to Hollywood again. So you basically create Escape from Los Angeles or one of those sort of state type things.
Oh, Escape from New York.
Yeah, whatever it is, where they'd fuck everybody that's bad into the place and fuck them if they kill each other good enough.
Oh my God, I'm being from Colorado.
I get the picture.
I'm sorry. Hearing Nate say put a fence about Wyoming is the funniest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Welcome in, Ed.
I love Wyoming. That's a funny thing. I love Wyoming, but I get his point. There's no one fucking there, so you might as well.
Yeah, I have a lot of problems with the prison system.
All right, so
I knew. Oh, sorry.
And I'm happy. Holy crap! What is that noise?
Oh my God!
That's my phone. That's my phone. That's my phone. That's
all right.
That sounds like Peter Pan flying by.
So
yeah.
So I'm gonna move on from this issue. Nate, you kind of proved what I was expecting. There are issues where atheists and theists kind of come on the same side. I'm not all atheists. You're not all theists, but we both kind of are against that idea of capital punishment. We think it's maybe. We could find better ways to deal with people who are undesirable in our society than murdering them. So, let's move on to another issue. How do you feel about abortion? Should abortion be... Look, I think we might agree that there are people who may abort a child in a certain situation where we may both find it not the best decision.
May I interject?
But do you feel that abortions in the United States should be absolutely outlawed under any circumstance, or do you think it's a more nuanced situation than how it's framed as either you're pro-life or you're pro-choice, as though this is a true dichotomy, which it's not, or if you can be pro-life and pro-choice at the same time, which is what I feel personally, or if you feel that this is an issue which is really a divide between atheists and theists, where, you know... So I don't know if I made my point, kind of.
Well, I think I agree with you. You said you're pro-life and pro-choice at the same time.
Right.
Yeah, like the capital punishment. I think any loss of life, it doesn't matter who you're killing. It doesn't matter if you're killing Hitler. Any loss of life is always an unfortunate thing. You may need to do things to make sure they can't kill other people, but that's a different issue. So any loss of life is unfortunate. So, you know, yeah, I certainly want babies to be born or potential babies to turn into real babies. Yes. And I think, you know, education is the key. I don't think legislation and red tape is the answer for anything. You know, you're just throwing money and legislation at the symptoms and not the root. Which, you know, I think education. Like, if someone feels the need to abort their baby because they can't, their mom won't let them go to a Justin Bieber concert if they're pregnant. Those are strikingly.
Who does that?
Those are not that far-fetched cases. Anyway.
Oh, so, but I mean, Nate, you would have to admit that's probably not why most women do this.
No.
That most women probably don't abort children casually.
Well, most. But for the ones.
I'm sorry for interjecting and shouting in. May I ask a question or do say something?
Yeah, everyone's free to talk.
Personally, this whole talk about abortion is a little bit too general, because for me, when we talk about abortion, we usually talk about early term, in the first 3 months. That's abortion, and everything that comes behind that's not what I would call an abortion. That's a medical procedure that's only done if it involves the life of the mother or something like that.
Right, and
So if we talk about it,
I totally agree. I'm sorry, I totally agree with you, Sinus. When I say abortion, I'm talking about elective abortions. It's obviously there's a time period in which you can make this choice. So it's basically a woman. I'm trying to take it to the most simple level. A woman doesn't want to have a child, and within the first, let's say, 3 months, can she just end the pregnancy for whatever reason she chooses?
The border, the time border is arbitrary.
Yeah,
as far as I'm concerned.
I think everyone here would agree a woman can't go into an abortion clinic at 8 months.
Yeah, no.
Unless there's some kind of some crazy situation where we'd all be like, you know what? Yeah, there's no way this kid's gonna survive. There's no way to salvage this. This is some crazy situation we can invent. But I'm just talking about elective abortions. Women who just do not want to go through with the pregnancy, and they decide to abort the child within a timely manner, and we can argue about what timely means, but it's obviously going to be within a month or two.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big issues is when is the abortion going to take place? So it's like how many months or weeks or months or whatever.
For me personally, I'm going to sound extremely sexist.
Yeah, instead of just a bunch of cells.
Well, what I'm going to say is I think the discussion is if the thing I wanted to bring up with Nate is if an abortion can take place. Not, I'm trying to get to the fun. Like there are people who say abortion can't take place. Period. A morning after pill is abortion. A birth control pill is abortion. Aborting a child in the first trimester is abortion. I'm trying to, I've had enough experience of Nate to understand you can't really know where he's going to fall down on this issue. And I'm thinking this is an issue where atheists and theists can probably overlap or disagree, and it's one of those issues where it's not really, it's not religiously set. And I like to find these issues where there's disagreement across the board because it creates a more interesting discussion than let's argue if Jesus existed or all these other issues. I like to have like some issues that really affect us day to day that are big issues in the world. So
here you go. Ireland has no abortion where it's illegal in Ireland.
Right. So what? And I'm trying to bring it back to Nate. Nate, do you feel a legal abortion should be allowed under any circumstance?
Well, by definition, a legal abortion would be legal.
I mean, I guess, and you're right. What I'm saying is you think that it's correct to have legal abortions in the first trimester.
Yeah, I really don't like the idea of force. And we can talk about theism versus whatever role that plays, but I really feel like, we all are individuals, so we should all have a voice. So if a voice disagrees with our own, what we should do is try to make the best case for whatever we're presenting and hope that people will pick that up. And if they don't, well, please don't kill me in my sleep. Let's move on.
And what I was going to put forward, Nate, is I'm not really bringing this into theism per se. I'm saying the theism and atheism hopefully should be irrelevant to a lot of these issues that are often framed. Yeah. These issues that are often framed in atheist, theist distinctions, and I don't think those distinctions are accurate. And I think like I put forward the ability to kill a prisoner, I think they're often framed as theist, atheist distinctions where I don't feel there's that distinction.
I couldn't agree more.
And I feel this abortion issue is another one that's often framed as it's an atheist, theist distinction where I feel personally it's not a distinction.
Yeah, like I really think.
I was going to say from a theistic point of view, depending on what you believe, does the soul happen at conception, or is it down the road later when the brain starts to develop? Yes, that's another little trippy thing.
That depends.
It used to be what was considered the quickening, which is when you first felt the baby move within your womb. And
hey, Dee.
Hello. That's what it used to be before. It was called the quickening, which meant the baby, you could feel the baby kicking, basically. That's when they used to
Babies were Highlanders.
Oh, that's where that comes from. The quickening.
There can be only one.
Yeah.
I've learned something.
So the Christianity didn't have an issue with abortions before the quickening, but I'm going back to like 13th century or 12th century. I can't remember how long I'm going back.
This may
the Bible about how to get rid of a fetus, you know, certain portions and what have you, and rituals that they did.
Especially, yeah.
And I'm going to narrow.
Really frowned upon in a theistic sense in lots of ways. Well, from a Christian point of view, as far as I know.
And what I said, I'm going to narrow this down really quick, and then I might move on to another issue because there might not be really a conflict here. I'm going to narrow it down to an elective abortion, an abortion a woman wants to do for whatever reason in the first trimester of life. So, Nate, do you feel in the first trimester of life, should a woman be able to abort a child for whatever reason she feels?
Yeah. I mean, it's her choice, and people will say, you know, the best argument against it, I don't feel is that great, but it will say, you know, people will say, well, the baby, it's murder, so it doesn't matter if it's outside the woman or inside the woman. It's still murdering. Da da da. Well, no, it's not. You have to take the consideration of the host. That has to be considered. So if it's outside the woman, then she really doesn't have a whole lot of say in that. She's just like anybody else. But while this potential baby is growing inside her, that's a big distinction. You need to consider that. So what are you going to do? Make it illegal? Are you going to like make it so illegal that if this woman tries to drink Drano or something, or do something to end this or mess up this pregnancy, then she's going to damage her and the baby? Or if you make it illegal and call it murder, are you going to drive this woman to jump off a bridge? So now you're killing the baby and the woman? And that's where I come down on it. Like, I certainly don't want any potential life to be ended. So I think education is key, and you know we should do the most we can to educate people before they're pregnant, during, and make them very, very aware of this stuff. But ultimately,
absolutely, 100% with you, Nate.
So ultimately, if we do everything we can, and the woman's like, "I don't want no baby," well, fine, make your choice. And you know, if it ends up being a situation where you know she's regretful and you know can't believe she's made some horrible mistake, the last thing people who didn't want her to have the abortion should do is say, "See, I told you, you've ruined your life." That's horrible. What we should do is do the best we can to prevent it, and if she goes ahead with it, then be like, okay, and if she realizes it's regretful to her, we should be there to pick up the pieces and help her get her life back on track.
Abortion should not be used as a form of contraception. That's the whole point.
And honestly, Nate, you made this whole hangout just right now. This is the whole point of my hangout. My whole point of the hangout was there are these issues that people pretend there is a conflict between theists and atheists. And what Nate just said right now is I 100% am on the exact same page with this person.
I
totally agree with the issue. And people pretend like there's some kind of conflict over these issues, and there's not. And there's so much overlap, and I feel like it's hard to get down and have real discussions about these things.
Here's something to just twig your interest. In Ireland, we're coming up to a referendum in about, I think it's about 11 months' time, where a vote will be taken on abortion and gay marriage at the same time. It traditionally has been condemned within Ireland on the abortion side of things due to, well, it's a Catholic country I live in, and a lot of old thinking, etc., etc. And basically what has happened traditionally is that women have got the plane or the boat across to England and had the abortion anyway.
Right.
So
there was also that recent case, wasn't there, where you are allowed to do Yeah, where you are actually allowed to do abortions in Ireland for medical reasons.
She wasn't allowed because the baby was still alive, and she died.
But I think the other issue, and I think this happens in America sometimes as well, depending on what state you're in, is that if the person who has the doctor who's going to carry out the procedure isn't 100% sure that the law's going to cover them, they won't do the abortion. That's what happened with her, and she ended up dying, and the baby died as well, I assume. I can't quite.
But the baby was not dead. Even though they had a heartbeat and stuff like that, but I mean, she was dying of blood poisoning, and she died a horrible horrible death over various days.
And real quick, I have to point out, I have 20 viewers now, and like I said, on the YouTube page, there's a link to this Hangout, so if anyone wants to join, you're free to join. Hopefully we can get some more theists and atheists and make some more balance. But what I was going to move on from the abortion issue.
Oh, can I add one little thing to the abortion thing?
I'd like to add one thing too, if that's
yeah,
that's fine.
I don't think it's been brought up.
Okay.
Like say, if for some reason, like say, this is just an example. Like say, a 14-year-old girl gets raped, and if she cannot get an abortion done, she can't take care of this child. Maybe the family, her parents, they cannot. So it's like people that are so against abortion, then perhaps they should get on the wagon and go, okay, we don't want abortions, but these kids are not going to be properly taken care of, so we need to set up some way to take care of these children, that are born.
Hold on, that's socialism, Heavy. That's socialism you're talking about.
I have no idea what it is. It was just throw out there.
That's a good point, and like I said, I try to generalize it to the first trimester and an elective abortion. She aborts it for whatever reason she wants. But it seems like I found two issues. One is capital punishment, and two is abortion, where the atheist and the Christian supposed conflict did not exist. So
sorry, can I just add, because just as I came in, you were talking about how long should we wait. The vast majority of elective abortions, if memory serves me right, are carried out within 14 weeks. In fact, it might even be 30.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It is that, yeah. It is that. Well, statistically in England, that is the case, yeah.
Yeah.
The thing I'd like to add is it's not really about abortion, it's about birth control. And this is something a lot of people don't know. Birth control was actually made by a devout Catholic.
Wow, I didn't know that.
That blows your mind, doesn't it?
He actually made it with Catholic doctrine in mind, and he got demonized for it, mostly by
what
the
are you
Catholic
defining
Church.
as birth control?
The Vatican owns something like 60% of Durex Company through holding companies, so, I mean, that's not really surprising to me.
And that's a good point. And what the next issue I was going to bring up was, and this is another big supposed divide between atheists and Christians in the U.S., and that would be, is the United States a secular nation? Meaning, should we not have religion put forward in schools? Is it appropriate to have God on our money or our national anthem? Those types of things. So,
in that sense, it's not a Christian nation. It should be secular.
Well, I put it forward to Nate. Do you feel that it's appropriate to teach Christian ideas explicitly in a public school?
That's not
well, I think
something I should talk about. So I'll just click out of the conversation right now.
Shyness.
Have another beer.
Stay here.
Yeah, just have another beer.
No, I'll stay here. I'll listen, and I'm going to smirk excessively at you, but I'm not going to comment on it because it's not my country.
Well, fair enough, but I'll let Nate respond. Does he think this whole separation of God from our government and our country is an acceptable thing, or does he feel that that should be able to play a significant role? Is this a Christian nation, or is this a secular nation?
Personally, I think separation of
Nate,
church
right?
and state.
I thought I said Nate, but
I am the only Nate here, right?
I believe you are.
I am sorry.
I will speak whenever you would like me to.
It's all good. I'm genuinely interested in where Nate comes down on this whole issue, because it's been a big thing with teaching creation in schools, prayer in schools. All these types of issues are really big issues in the United States, which are that are divided on religious lines, where I'm not sure every religious person really feels that it's appropriate for the government to endorse a specific point of view or not. So I'd like to kind of see where he falls down on that issue and see if maybe we found a third issue where the atheist and the Christian seem to agree.
Well, I think you said something about Christian ideas, so maybe we can talk more about that, because maybe on the Christian ideas, I think there's going to be some places where things overlap. We may need to flesh out exactly what those may be, but to go to extreme real quick, like, no, I don't think in a society like we have in school or whatever, you should teach a specific religious doctrine or religious prayer or something like that, I don't think that's the place. We have churches, we have mosques, we have things like that for that. But then maybe where there's some overlap would be some things that have already been done and it's rooted in tradition. So I think in God we trust in our money, or the Ten Commandments on some government buildings, or things that have already been done. I think the question is, should we do nothing and just let these be? And maybe some will see that as a way of supporting it. Or should we actually take the time and cost and, is this such a problem to us that we should remove things out of structures? We should change our currency.
You do know when In God We Trust became part of your money system, right?
It was in, the 60s or something?
In the 50s. It was an answer to the communist horde. So it's not a tradition that has a lot of historical roots. And honestly, it's an issue that should just go away. You guys should take that stuff off your money again.
And Nate makes a good point. I have to say, let's say I was a senator or I was someone in power. What would I make taking God off the money my priority? And
yes, because it's their constitution.
I probably would not make that my priority, even though I think it is. It's
maybe so, but I mean,
it's greatly unacceptable. But
if you put on In Allah We Trust on the money, how would
the Christians wouldn't put up with that at all?
Well,
I know that. I'm absolutely hands up. I know that there would be absolute outrage. But you cannot differentiate.
And that's why it's a secular society.
That's why it should be a secular society.
Hold on, one second.
If it was real money, it would actually have the Queen's head on it.
Well, hold on.
like my money doesn't.
You Brit bastard!
I've got the Queen on my money.
Well, hold on, guys. 1 second.
I'm teasing. I'm sorry.
Let me get to the nitty-gritty of this. Nate, do you think it's acceptable, regardless if we're going to change it or not? Do you think it's the right thing to have God on our money and God in our pledge, even though we recognize it was added in the 50s, whatever? Do you think that, even though it's the way it is, but do you think that's acceptable, or do you think that's probably not the best idea?
Admittedly, I'm going to be biased on my answer. I'll try to be as objective as I can, but I think, for me, taking theism as much as I can out of it, come on, grow up, do you know what it means or not? That being said, I'm trying, which I won't know unless this actually were to happen, but I'm trying to put myself in this position where if I grew up Christian and our money in America said, "In Vishnu we trust," would I think it's so important to myself to go out and try to change Vishnu to something, to either my view or to a complete neutral view? Or would I be like, yeah, my dollar bill says "In freaking Vishnu we trust," whatever, I'm buying a Big Mac. And I want to say, as objectively as I am trying to be, I don't think that's where I would pick my battle. I would pick it in some other area, but if the currency says it, for me, it's not that important to change it to something else. "In Vishnu we trust" is fine.
And that's not really what I'm asking. I'm not asking if we should change it. I'm asking, do you think it's appropriate that?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. So I would equate that to, yeah, I think it. Personally, I think it's appropriate. If it says in something else we trust, I still think, fine, whatever.
All right. So here's where we can have a discussion. Why do you think it's appropriate for that to be on the money?
Maybe appropriate's not the right word. I would say just fine or acceptable. Just because I don't see it as that big of a deal. So maybe that's blurring the lines of the appropriateness of it, when it should be just apathetic. I don't really care.
And I agree, it's not a huge deal. I'm not. It's not my biggest problem in the world. But I'm saying I'm trying to get down to why is it okay for that to be in there in the first place? Why is that appropriate at all?
I would say.
Why should God have anything to do with our government?
It became a big deal in the Cold War.
Yeah.
And it became a part of your culture.
It did.
And in that regard, I would actually say...
just died.
You're still there, Nate.
I guess I'm asking...
I guess it changed. It changed every day.
I'm asking, how do we justify this being the way it is? How is it even possible that God would be on our money in the first place? Why would that be necessary?
You should go back and read the debates from the 50s as to why they did it. It was absolutely fear and terror that they did not want to be identified as a secular heathen state like the atheist communist Russians. That's all it was. It was a direct answer to that. And
it's funny. It actually was an atheist, not even a long shot.
Of course, actually, I mean, this isn't the 50s. This is like 2014 or whatever. Sure. The one thing about In God We Trust on the Money, some people may object, some people may think it's great, but it's not like who reads the dollar bill or whatever. You know, we're not reading In God We Trust. We're not praying over this dollar bill. We're just saying, okay, fine, give it to me. I don't care what's got on as long as it's worth the dollar.
Can I spend it? Can I spend the fucker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Yeah,
it's not teaching doctrine.
I think Nate was saying that it's not where I'd choose to pick my battles over something as apathetic as In God We Trust on a dollar bill.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Right. Good point. And if I was not clear, I'm not trying to say we should change it. I'm just saying why.
Oh shoot, Nate dropped that.
Yeah, he has internet problems when it's stormy out.
Yeah, that's true. I was just trying to say, how is this acceptable? How is this?
I personally don't think it's acceptable at all. I think there should be complete, as there is in Ireland. We're still, unfortunately, there still is a lot of lobbying by Catholic Church because they are in the majority here, etc., etc. And there should be certainly a separation of church and state worldwide, not just in America.
Hang on, FX. The difference between Ireland per se and the Constitution of the United States is the Constitution of the United States was designed and written as a secular document to found a secular nation. That's very clear. It's very articulate the way it was written, and very specific in its avoidance of identifying any particular state religion for very many reasons. Because of a lot of it, because of the persecution, most religions that came over to found the nation suffered. So they just said, we won't have any religion. Period. We won't identify as a particular religion. We're setting up a secular state. Now, when you then identify In God We Trust. Now, if you're just going to say a generic God, then it means nothing. But unfortunately, that's not why it was put on there, and that's not why one nation under God was added to your Pledge of Allegiance. That was a late addition as well, again, in response to the same fear. So it's got nothing to, you can't have a secular state identifying with a God. It just doesn't work like that. And that's the biggest issue the American Humanist Society has with these proposals and the fact that it's still there. Either if you're going to be a theocracy, then become one. Change your constitution. If you're a secular nation, get God out of it. It's that simple. Right. It really is that black and white.
You're making a great point, and I guess that's a question I'd ask Nate. Do you consider the United States a secular nation?
Yeah, I think we see that more and more every day at a really rapid pace.
Is that okay?
I think there's two issues, really big issues that concern a lot of atheists. Is like, all right, the teaching creation in school. I mean, that's not science; it's religion. Now, teaching religion in school is great. I think that's one of the great things they could do. You could teach about Christianity, Hinduism, whatever, so kids can get a good view of what's out there, and so you're not.
Yeah, as long as the curriculum is across the board, not
absolutely.
And Christianity.
And the other issue,
not against the law.
There's great value in the stories.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Of not just the Bible, the Quran, and all the other great religious texts. This isn't about Bible thumping into the youth. It's like Hitler Youth. Get them while they're young. Religious studies should be across the board, not just Bible crunching.
Let me ask Sinus a question. Do they teach religion in Germany? And if they do, how do they approach that?
Actually, they did. When I was in school, that's about 20 years ago, they still had religious classes where they were teaching the religion that was, in my case, it was Lutheran, evangelical. I'm not exactly sure how you would say that, but we had religion classes where they would actually read the Bible and tell you what was going on. But when I went up into the higher classes, and I'm really not sure how you tell that in English. When I went to high school, when I switched into 10th, 11th classes, they changed the subject from religion to ethics. And they called it ethics classes. And instead of teaching this one religion, they started teaching them all. And basically doing philosophy and all these kinds of things. So they went really broad and all out. So taking the best of everything and just showing the pupils every religion, not just the one that was predominant in the society, but everything.
So they basically they gave an overview of how religions are seen in the world, but they didn't show any preference to one religion over the other. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, that's a good way to say it.
All right, so Nate, what do you agree with?
Excuse me, and that is how it works today.
Okay.
I'm a little bit. I'm almost 40 years old, and I ran.
You're just a kid.
Yeah, right. And I ran on the edge of all these changes. So I had all the bad experiences and all the good experiences came behind me, just right behind me. And a great many of my best friends had these experiences, and we could exchange experiences and talk about it. And just, for example, I had to join the military because Germany had a military where you had to do at least 10 months of military service. Every male had to do 10 months of military service, and I had to do that. And after I went out of that, not exactly after my term, but 2 years later they canceled that. So.
All right. So So I guess I'll ask Nate. Would you say for public schools that's an acceptable balance? Teaching religion, as Sinus kind of said, was you don't really show any preference to any specific religion. You kind of give an overview of how religion is in the world, just so the students understand the world they're going into, because you have to prepare them for reality, but not really showing any preference to anything. Just kind of giving a generic overview of religious ideas, how they exist.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to have some sort of philosophy course or world religion or something, I think, there's certain things, I don't know the extent, but districts can decide certain things they want to like customize for their district. So if the people in that district wouldn't like a course like that, I think that's fine, but I think my personal preference would almost be just don't teach any of it instead of try to appease the people in that district and teach most of it or all of it.
Okay, so let's one sec. So let's say there's a district that wants to specifically endorse Christianity above the others, and they want to do that in a public school. Would you find that acceptable?
Well, no, I think that's biased.
It's also illegal.
And then I see. What was I saying?
No, I mean it's a good answer, and the thing is, this is why I brought this topic up. I think this is another area where people act like there are these atheists who are secular, and there are these Christians who are theistic, and there's no middle ground. And honestly, a lot of us tend to agree. Like, we kind of want to leave schools to be about basic education, and if you want to teach your children about more specifics of your religion, that's your prerogative, and you do that kind of under your own time. But you don't
bring up a point.
You don't want to use the government to endorse anything.
Well, also, then you have the problem, if you've been on Google Plus anytime, what about these parents that, if they get their way and Christianity is taught in school, is the teacher the right kind of Christian? Are they teaching the right kind of Christianity? As
That's a good
ridiculous as that
point.
seems, that's a whole other beehive right there. So
That's a great point. I mean, if the school's going to teach Christianity, who's to say, let's say you're a Christian, who's to say what the school is calling Christianity or what they're teaching as doctrine is what you personally agree with? Do you really want the school indoctrinating your child in an interpretation of the religion you don't agree with? And I think the easiest way to deal with that is to not have the school indoctrinate children in any type of religion at all. Leave the religion to, that's a parent's choice.
Indoctrination is a fairly heavy word, though, FF.
Well, that's exactly what it is.
It is. Well,
let's be fair.
What I was just going to quickly say was that if you take out the religious aspect of teaching, we were talking about education earlier on, and you were saying that education is very badly needed, Nate. Now, across the board, there is no harm in listening to stories. Story time was a great thing for childhood, where we heard of Narnia and what have you. If these things are put into a religion, quote-unquote, class, where you get told, well, this is the belief of these people, this is the belief of these people, this is the belief of these people, right? And it's a broad spectrum. It's education. It's not indoctrination.
Right. You're talking about a comparative studies course.
Yeah,
exactly. I don't know what you'd call it in America.
Yeah, that's what you would call it. Yeah, it's not. You are going to believe this. This is how you're going to read every book literally. See, in America, you guys already have the ability to set up. We call them up here. We call them charter schools, where you can. A group of people get together. They want to teach a Montessori program. They want to teach. You have Hebrew schools. You have all these schools having the ability to teach whatever it is they want to teach, protected by the Constitution. That's perfectly fine and totally valid. It's when you take it into the public setting and say, like, this is what the Dover Kitzmüller trial was all about in 2005. The school board wanted to teach creationism in the science class. That was deemed illegal. It's not about, they are allowed to, you can have Bible studies, you can do all that stuff still. That's not illegal. You can't teach a religion in science class.
Yeah, I agree with you. This isn't, I'm not disagreeing with you whatsoever. What I'm saying is that there is benefit to actually having a religious studies class to inform the youth coming along, well, this is what happens with these religions, this is what happens, but not like Bible study, number crunching, you are going to burn in fucking hell.
And they can do that in the United States of America. You can do that in every public school in the country.
You cannot have a Bible study.
You can't have a Bible study, but you can teach comparative religion in a religion class. That's legal. There's no harm in that. And
there's no inherent harm in that. But you have to understand there are teachers who are going to abuse that. No, I'm not going to use that as that's not a good argument against. That's not a good argument against saying they can't have a comparative religion class because the teacher's going to abuse the curriculum. I mean, I think a comparative religion class would be a great thing for a lot of schools because
I think it should be everywhere.
Right. I think that's a great thing. I think you should give children you're preparing them for the real world. You're not trying to create a artificial proximity of the world. You're trying to create a version of the world the way it really is. So yes, a comparative religion class is important because it shows the way people throughout the world actually believe and think, and it allows those students to be sensitive to those issues, later in life. Now, if a school is endorsing a specific religion, that's where I have an issue. If they're having a Bible class, a Bible study as a class that gives them credits, that creates an inherent problem for me.
In fairness, any subject, any teacher could use the opportunity to put forth their own point of view rather than teaching the subject as it should be.
Fair enough, but a Bible study seems like a more explicit example of that. I mean, there's really no other reason.
What I'm saying is, if you've got, well, it was called religious education back in my day, where the idea was you were taught about different religions. You weren't. You were just given like the basics of how different religions work.
Right, and that's what we were saying.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Somebody else was saying they didn't like that idea because it could give the teacher an opportunity to give their own bias, but that happens anyway.
That happens in every subject anyhow.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I'm fine with a comparative religion class. That's fine. That's perfect. I think every kid should probably take that kind of class. And now, if you're going to have a class that's like explicitly a religious study of Christianity, like a Bible study class or a Quran study class or a Buddhism study class, you know what? That's not the school's job to provide religious teaching for whatever religion you seem to have.
Yeah, there are plenty of other alternatives.
Exactly. That's you need to do that as a parent. You need to do that on your own time, and you need to do it with your own money. You're not going to use public funds to fucking endorse what you want your kid to hear. And that, I mean, that's just how.
I totally agree with that.
The idea to have comparative.
People can believe what they want. One at a time.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just which one? I was just going to throw in that the Constitution guarantees freedom of religion, so they're not saying you can't believe in anything. So we have the freedom to believe what we want to, but as long as it doesn't, your right to believe something stops where the other person's rights to believe what they want to start.
I think
something like that.
I think you got, if we keep I understand what you mean by the right, but I think if you look at it more of we as human
I may have said that wrong.
Yeah, well, it's not that you said it wrong. I'm tired of the term right. I mean, we're human beings. We created these rights. We define them. We determine what they are. So let's use another way of looking at it. As a human being, I have the autonomous, some would say perceived ability to make my own decisions. Some would disagree with me. Some would say we have no real free will. However you wanted to fall on that side of the spectrum, it doesn't matter. I have the ability to believe whatever it is the hell I want. My ability to do that stops when I say, Holler, you need to believe this. And that's a problem. You can believe whatever you want as long as you keep it out of the public domain. The public societies were designed to keep people functioning together. We define murder as wrong. We define rape as wrong. We define all these things as wrong. If your ability and your choices say it's right for me to steal, well, we'll throw you in jail because it's wrong. As a society, we deem certain things right and wrong. The ability for you to believe in a God or not believe in a God, that's your personal opinion. That's your personal right. I grant you that. I will die for that right. However, when you make public policy based on that, there's a problem there, and that's the biggest issue. And I don't think Nate would even disagree with that.
Right.
I like the way you put that.
And I'm gonna use that to segue because I don't see much of a conflict with this issue. Which I found a third
it's just fun to talk about.
Right. I found a third issue where Christians and atheists seem to agree. Now this one's somewhat related to the other topic, but I wanted to ask Nate, and any other Christians welcome to join, by the way. I have the link on the YouTube page. But separation of church and state in our Constitution. I would like to know how Nate interprets that and see if maybe there is an overlap with how I interpret that.
I think it's kind of what I said earlier. I think, specific religion and doctrine and things like that should be separated, except... I don't think this would be near the problem if we didn't have a country and we were just now starting out with this idea. But because we have a couple hundred years of this country and these things are so entrenched and intermingled, I think that's where the real conflict comes in. If we were starting over, this wouldn't be a big deal. It would be easy. But because there's so much overlap, I think that's the only reason we have much of a problem with this at all.
How
and
would
I don't
that
really
be
know the best
easy?
way to go
Who
about
would be on top?
Huh?
Sorry, if we would start over now, if America would be founded now, who would be on top? Would there be some dominant religion? Would you actually have
if we
one?
started over
Or
right
would you
now,
go
I really don't think there would be a dominant religion.
I suppose it would be very hard to have one, since Christianity is so fractured, but...
You'd have the Catholics fighting the fundamentalists right off the bat, and that would be quite a war to watch.
Yeah,
well, I mean, and this kind of it deals with some issues we've already talked about. I think when we say separation of church and state, like we mentioned with the money or Ten Commandments at courthouses, this is a fundamental thing of how our country was founded. And shouldn't there not be the Ten Commandments at the courthouse? Shouldn't there not be should that not be on our money? Should God not be in our pledge? Should there not be a distinction between what is government and what is religion?
And see, here's the interesting overlap. Like you talked earlier about Christian ideas. Well, some of those Christian ideas are, like some of the laws we have are based on these ideas. So it's not saying they took a copy of the Ten Commandments or biblical principles and made them laws, but clearly there's agreement. Like good moral people with religion decide that some of these laws are good, maybe dealing with justice system or whatever, and then there's good moral people without religion that decide these same laws are good. So they're totally biblical principles as well as just good common sense. So there is an overlap.
Can you give me an example of a Christian? Can you give me an example of
just common sense? It has nothing to do with the Bible, just as our interest.
Well,
I think you missed what I said.
We're getting to the point. Can you give me an example of a Christian idea that our country is founded on that is distinctly Christian?
Well, I don't know if that's exactly what I was saying, but let's take the Ten Commandments, right? Like, don't murder. So no one's saying that without the Bible, no one else could figure out murdering is bad and should have consequences. But it just so happens that this is also promoted in the Bible. Don't murder.
Yeah, but the problem with the Ten Commandments... Hang on a second.
It's promoted in every society that exists. Yeah. So that's not really a Christian thing. That's just...
Well, can you say something
that everybody says?
Can I
do the first commandment?
The biggest problem with the Ten... The biggest problem with the
first commandment.
Hang on, Sinus. The first 4 commandments say God, 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 God. Yeah. So you can't build a secular society. The rest of the laws are fine, but the first 4 are specifically to the God of the Bible, the Old Testament specifically.
Why are you talking about the 10 commandments and not the 2 good rules from the Bible?
That's right.
3 good rules from the Bible. Why are we talking about the 10 commandments if half of them is so Christian specific? Okay, that was unfair.
No, it wasn't. That was a very good point, and that's one reason why they fight them to get them away, and why. But did you notice how much fight the Christians put up when the atheists put up that? I think it's in Oklahoma. They put up the atheist, the satanic. Where was that in Oklahoma? The Christians fought it, but it's they're violating the same principle the Satanists put it up there on. If the Christians can put up this stuff, so can every other religion in the country. That is perfectly fine. You either have them all do it, or none of them can do it. You can't have one or two.
But that's the point. Then there should be complete separation of church and state.
And that's exactly how the Constitution there is written. That's what the Constitution says. And that's the problem that America is having, is they want something they can't have by law, even though the GOP says that the Founding Fathers were all Christians and wanted a Christian nation. They didn't write it like that. So they're lying to people, and people believe it, and that's a problem. Right, Nate?
For a while.
Okay, I'll be quiet for a while.
You can't have all or nothing. Either you allow them all, or you don't allow any of them.
Yes, and you have 10 seconds to respond now. Okay.
I side on allowing them all rather than blocking them all, because I think allowing them all takes less legislation.
It does, but then it can lead to absurdities. Every last person
imagine what your places, what your the grounds in front of your justice halls would look like if you allow every religion to erect a statue.
But should that be a reason for not doing it? Because it would be stupid?
I agree with you, Nate.
Reason to not do
if
it.
you're going to let one of them do it, they all have the same.
The idea comes back to the Constitution. The Constitution says there is a separation of church and state.
No. The Constitution actually says the government will have no part in identifying one religion over another. That's a different thing.
Therefore, none should be allowed.
Well, no. It's not that none should be allowed. If one is allowed, they're all allowed. That's how that's defined.
Right. What I'm trying to say is that it broaches into the ridiculous. Then you can have the happy leprechaun fucking guild of
or Pastafarians. You can do it all.
Jedi.
Well, to be fair, for most religions, I mean, for most religions we're talking about, it would be a really shiny rock and maybe a totem pole outside a building. Like, there's only a handful of religions that would really make some kind of glorious, huge monument. I mean, other than that, it's going to be like a shaman stick or a rock.
Get Mormons.
What you mean, like the Jesus in Rio?
Well, what I'm trying to say is, the thing is, when we're talking about things like the Ten Commandments at a justice house, there are people who advocate to put these kinds of monuments out, and they advocate also to block everything else from those houses, and that's where the issue comes in. They're allowing this one religion to put their Ten Commandments in, and then they're blocking everybody else from doing it. And that's why the Satanist thing came up. They're like, hey, you guys are blocking everyone else, and they pushed really hard to get this stupid Satanist monument out there, not because they cared. It's just because they wanted to prove a point that it is almost impossible to get any other type of monument outside of a courthouse that is not a explicitly Christian monument, meaning we should just block all of it. We should not allow any types of monuments outside of courthouses.
People should decide what they want to do, because, you know, the Constitution says freedom of religion, not freedom from religion. So the people that would say we must take monuments down, well, decide what you want to do. Do you want to take everything down and fight to change the Constitution, or do you want to get on board and be like, hey,
I mean, what is wrong with having a courthouse that just has no Ten Commandments?
Well, maybe there's nothing wrong with it. Like, I'm not super dogmatic about this point. I don't really care one way or another. I'm just trying to...
Don't you think life would be easier if we just said, hey, guess what? We have a courthouse. You go to your courthouse, there's no religious shit outside it. It's just a courthouse.
And you'll say it just like that?
Yes. I'm like, I don't see why we need to introduce something to it.
What's wrong with just having a courthouse? If I'm outside a courthouse, I'm wondering what the fuck I've done wrong and how much I'm going to get away with it. That's what's going to be bothering me, not whether there's the fucking Ten Commandments or a satanic ritual going on.
I can get on board with that. Yeah, no one wants to be at a courthouse, not even the people that work there.
I have to admit, when I've gone to a courthouse to pay a speeding ticket and I see like a $50,000 fountain, I'm just really fucking pissed off. I'm like, I'm going to pay the speeding ticket and now I have to look at this monument of my tax dollars being wasted on some silly fountain in front. To what? Like, so everyone who goes to the courthouse is going to feel a little happier, you know, they're getting their fine now, and they see this little
I'm still thinking about which one of the Ten Commandments is about speeding tickets. That would really interest
me. Don't covet thy neighbor's goods. Your neighbor has a really nice Porsche, and you want to...
Yeah, don't covet thy neighbor's ox.
Dude, you are really stretching it here. But don't
fuck your neighbor's ox, was it?
Don't covet your neighbor's ox.
That's allowed.
You know, especially if it's a faster ox than yours.
Yeah, since we're talking about the Bible, I think I'm allowed to say ass, because that means mule.
Yeah.
So don't cover your neighbor's ass. Yeah.
I do covet that ass.
Don't covet your neighbor's road because you're speeding to take it over before he gets there.
Yeah.
No, but seriously, that's the major point that the Freedom from Religion Foundation is making. You cannot have all these monuments or all these symbols on the floor there. So the reasonable thing to do is have none of them.
And if I'm not wrong, I mean, I think Nate generally didn't really take issue with just having a courthouse being a courthouse. If I'm not wrong.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest issue, besides any religious leanings, my biggest issue is just what I feel is common sense.
How so?
Well, I mean, that's the perspective I'm approaching it from, not from like a theistic, I need my God's commandment, which it's Judaism. So as a Christian, it would be great to have some more Christian things if that was the stance they were taking than the Ten Commandments, which is completely Jewish. I'm not Jewish.
But the thing is, you have to look at it for a minute. Look at it from my point of view. Okay, at first we had a nation where there was no explicit Christianity. Then they added God to the money. Then they added God to the pledge. Now they're adding God to the courthouse. And none of these things are getting taken away. They continue to add more and more over time, and none of it gets taken away. So from my perspective, it feels like they're trying to co-opt the government to...
The might make right thing.
Right. Exactly. I seriously worry about a Christians taking over our government and making it their rules and the way they want it to be. And I think our government was designed to be secular.
Well, now here's a common sense point.
And I think we'd all be safer if that's the way the government worked. I didn't take it into consideration.
Well, I think the days of worrying about a Christian uprising, you're pretty safe. Maybe 100 years ago, that would have been the time to worry about that. Now I think it's on a very steady decline.
I don't think.
I disagree.
I don't think so, Nate. I really don't. And indeed, I'm only looking from the outside in. But when we see so much influence of America worldwide through war, and I suppose the military conflicts and stuff that really you shouldn't be involved in, it gives me pause for thought, to be quite honest with you.
Can I throw something out there for y'all to kind of think about? And I could be wrong.
I guess so.
Yeah, well, there was this. I was just thinking that the thing about the Christian nation and stuff like that. What I wonder is if all this hubbub and turmoil and all this back and forth about we are a Christian nation and we got to have this and that. If that's just from a small minority of the Christians in the United States. I mean, it's a small minority, but very loud, very powerful, and not representative of a lot of the other Christians.
Right.
Are they the majority? Are they happy with the way things are, and they don't want it to be a theocracy? They see it works. See, like Nate is really very reasonable about things, and when he says things, he's coming at it, like he said, from a common sense point of view.
And that's great. That's why I had this hang out. I mean, I know there are Christians who see. I don't like to stereotype them into this box where I think they're completely.
Yeah, and sometimes it does get too stereotypical.
I mean, Nate. Well, let me ask. If let's say we had a bill that was put forward, and they're like, you know what, we're going to make the government like more strictly sectoral, meaning they pass a law which said, you know what, God is off the money, God is off the pledge, God is off the courthouse, and God is in the church. God is in your. God is personal. It's no longer something the government really deals with. Would you be opposed to that type of measure?
No, just because I think any ground made in that area isn't really ground I think Christian theism should be concerned with. Like, it's a complete voluntary thing. Like, I believe the accurate representation of it. So if you're, if there's like force exerted to get you to believe a certain way, or if there's all this stuff around, like paraphernalia around to try to encourage you to believe a certain way, I don't think that's the route we should be taking anyway. And I think that does more harm than good. I think it's a complete voluntary system where, hopefully, the only reason you believe in a God is because you believe in a God. And if you don't want to do it, don't do it. It's a very personal, subjective thing. So, see, babies, we're just gonna say she's agreeing with me by screaming.
Baby wants to join in the conversation.
But yeah, I think it's a very voluntary thing. Like, I don't think force should be encouraged at all. It should totally be discouraged.
Well, all right, so Nate made my point again. We are 3 for 3 issues that Christians and atheists, these issues that are supposed to be controversies, they are not really controversial.
Well, let me. I was going to go as well as I do that Nate has a lot of opponents out on Google. There are a lot of people that don't agree with a lot of things.
I understand, but
Nate, of course.
I would say Nate is a Christian. And
I'm not denying that at all. I'm not a hyper-Calvinist like some people, but
I think there's a lot, maybe not all 3 issues every Christian's going to agree with, but I think a lot of Christians would probably agree with several of those. And I was going to bring up a fourth issue. Now that I think we've made a point. So, gay marriage. This is another issue that is divided along religious and non-religious terms. They say that gay marriage is an issue, that it's the tradition, it's a religious tradition, and that we can't allow gay marriage. And I think that there's an idea of a secular marriage, which is a government giving you certain rights, versus an acknowledgement from a church. So,
Could I give something out real quick?
Today. Should we allow gay marriage from a legal point of view?
Oh, yeah, I don't know if there's...
I'd take a short break. Be right back.
Yeah, I honestly don't think there's a topic I could care less about. Yeah, whatever. Marry away. Like, I don't think, again, from a religious point of view, I don't think you need a government telling you or to recognize you're married. I think if you believe in a God, that should be good enough. So if a state wants to pass out marriage license or certificates, knock yourself out, whatever. Again, it's not a forceful thing. So,
well, Colorado recently, that was up for a vote in Colorado, and we probably voted on that. Did you vote for or against allowing gay marriage?
I have no idea that was up for a vote.
That was the last election.
Oh my God! Can I ask a question of Nick?
You do know we have gay marriage in Colorado, right? You know that, right?
Nick, can I ask? In your theistic view, do you think gay marriage is wrong?
Maybe a non sequitur. Like, okay, so let me try to be brief. So I think,
It's a straight question.
Huh?
It was a straight question. In your theistic view.
Well, I'd like to offer a little explanation if I can.
He's answering the question, so you should just let him answer. He's answering it, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, in the biblical narrative, I think God has his ideal between man and woman. Let's just be generous and say maybe it's because of reproduction. It doesn't matter, let's just say. So, when it says, so there's your answer for marriage. I think that's God's ideal. So there's the answer to your question. But if I can elaborate a little bit more, maybe to give you insight, if you care, like these things where people will go around saying, homosexuality is a sin, this is a sin. I think a lot of times people get up in arms because they don't get this whole sin thing. So, little sermon. But
Is this Sunday school, Nate? Just let me know, okay?
Well, it is Sunday. It does say that certain things are sins, right? And it simply means not perfect. So, it's immediately clear why some things are less than perfect. Like killing people. Totally get that. Maybe homosexuality, for some, they're like, that's not immediate clear why that's perfect. But the biggest point is, I don't think the sin is a big deal for God. I think if he truly is this creator of everything, he certainly has insight we don't. So when he says these things are not his ideal for us, then some things it's like, okay, I get why this is bad. Other things, I don't know. But if you really believe you know this God, you're like, okay, well, if he created the universe and me, I can certainly trust him to give good advice. That's where it stops. So as far as this whole theism, afterlife, spiritual journey, whatever, it comes down to, do you believe this God and trust him and follow him, or do you not? So I think if more people understood that, the whole sin thing, it's like, look, the Bible claims this is for our good. Whatever. It has nothing to do with your eternal resting place. Just wanted to get that out there. I thought maybe it'd prevent future questions or answer them before they were asked.
So,
can
just
I
to settle this, as far as...
I can't speak for everybody else in the room, but I'm gay. I've always been gay. Didn't choose to be gay.
Fair dues, man.
I've been there.
To you.
So what I was going to say, though, about the gay marriage, I kind of have mixed feelings about it. In some ways, well, yeah, maybe, and then other ways, no. Because I had a relationship with someone for about 10, 13 years. And we never really thought about, we got to be married or something,
My internet is crap today.
We just had an agreement between ourselves to be in a monogamous relationship. Now, to me, if two people, or two men, or two women, or whoever, they really love each other and care for each other, there shouldn't have to be some kind of legal binding thing. This is an agreement they have between themselves, And it meant to us, we said that we were married, but we never had an official thing about it. It was just an agreement between ourselves.
And thank you for sharing that with us. And what I would say is that You have to. Would you not say that there are a lot of complicated things that involve a marriage, and they deal with hospital rights, they deal with
the legal
inheritance,
rights.
right?
Well, you can see we had living wills for both of us. So
I understand,
yeah.
but
see that covered. I think that covered.
But the thing is, let's say you were with a woman instead of a man. You wouldn't have to do all this bullshit to get that right. You could just simply get married, and all of those, the understanding would be in place that these people have kind of linked themselves together legally, and that going forward, that's how rights and property and things are going to be handled. I don't think it's fair to say that a gay couple has to do something extra versus a gay couple.
I don't know how it is in America. May I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not exactly sure how this all works in America, but here in our place, if you're involved in an accident and you're brought to the hospital, they inform your next of kin, the closest people to you. And if you're married, and if I get into an accident, they inform my wife.
Yes.
But if you're gay, they inform your parents, because you're not married to your boyfriend. And he doesn't even know about that. And if he comes to the hospital, he's not allowed to visit you because he's not related to you in any form. That is what the whole marriage thing is about, to just the rights.
Sinus, you hit the nail on the head. That's exactly the issue in the U.S.
It is the rights of your partner.
And it's not just the hospital rights. There's a whole breadth of laws that govern marriage that deal with how things are done. And
this is the thing that's coming up in Ireland again. Like I said, the abortion and the gay rights are coming up in 11 months' time, which is going to be really tied in with a general election here as well. So it's going to be great fun.
I feel this is an issue that I am ahead of. I think ultimately people are going to look back in time and look at the way we are arguing about things like gay marriage, and they're going to be like, they're not even going to believe that this is an issue.
That we dared even talk about it.
That it's even. I honestly, you know what? It's not. It doesn't matter if you approve of any marriage, be it gay or anything else. Two people who are adults and that are consenting, in my point of view, should have the right to have whatever legal attachment that is allowed to any other two adults. And you can't say a man and a woman are allowed to certain legal contracts that a man and a man or a woman and woman aren't allowed to. I see that as
an infringement. It's an infringement on basic human rights.
And there's no reason for it. There's no reason for it. It doesn't do anything but just hurt people. And it's sad. It really hurts me. Like, to think of these people, and we've turned it. I'm a straight person, but the thought of how much we have bashed gays in America and around the world, it's heartbreaking. The idea that a person was caught kissing his boyfriend on a video, and he decided he had to jump off a bridge and kill himself. The fact that, yes, in America there's so much of a stigma against gay people that could be like someone's logical choice.
Hey, Mark.
Disgusts me.
Hey, Mark.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you. Long time no see.
What time of day is it, Mark?
7:45 p.m.
Could have fucking asked me that, you fucking bastard.
What time of day is it for everybody?
Same time as Mark here.
Same time as Mark.
10 to 3 in the afternoon for me.
Almost
me too.
9 p.m.
I'm at 12:50. Yep, Nate.
One last thing about the gay marriage thing. What my lover and I had set up between us, it worked for us. Now, for other guys or women that want to be together, same-sex marriage, they may need other stuff that would only come through a legal marriage. But I'm just saying that what we had together and what we had set up, living wills, stuff like that, it worked for us and it covered a lot of things.
And what I'm saying, Heavy Hauler, is one sec. Do you feel that you should have? Do you feel you should have the choice though?
Yes.
All right. And do you think the reason for not having that choice is reasonable or acceptable, or is it just bigoted?
I think it's kind of bigoted advice.
Thank you. I mean, look. Straight couples all the time choose not to get married for whatever reason. Gay couples choose all the time not to get married for whatever reason. But the thing is, marriage is.
I was just saying what worked for me.
Right, but
that's the thing, FS. That's the choice. They should be allowed the choice.
Yes, absolutely. As long as you're a consenting adult, I don't see any good reason to stop someone from.
I think it's about time we stop calling it gay marriage and just called it marriage.
Marriage.
Yes.
Thank you very much,
and gave everybody the same equality.
There are
equality.
There are aspects of the Christian community that won't allow you to do that, though, Mark. That's the problem.
But Mark,
well, that's their problem.
I agree, but I'm just.
Yeah.
I would say I totally agree with you. Mark. The thing is, there's.
Oh, Mark, I'm coming over to get you. I'm just gonna bum you. I just.
Mark's making a great point, but the thing is, there's a problem in the world where there is a group of people who are gay who are denied a right. So unless we talk about it, it's not going to fix itself. So I have to say.
I think it's the semantics, the terminology. Instead of calling it gay marriage, call it marriage equality, marriage equality, or marriage, or you know.
Yeah.
And I've always been against this idea of civil unions because I think it's degrading to these people. Like, well, we're going to give you a special name because your marriage is different. I think it's a marriage should be two consenting adults can do whatever the fuck they want to do.
Yep.
That's my point of view. I mean, honestly, it's not. I may personally not want to watch two gay people have sex, but guess what? I really don't want to see most married couples have sex either. So that's not a very good argument. My grandparents are married. I really do not want to see my grandparents have sex at all.
That is an awesome argument.
I'm not going to outlaw my grandparents' sex because I personally find it offensive to physically watch.
Yeah.
But you know what? I think gay marriage is it's such a sad thing. It's not just it's the stigma that puts on these people who are gay. It makes them feel like less of a person. There's high suicide rates among these people, and we have to recognize we're demonizing these people, and it's leading to suicide.
Is it the intertwining of Zimmer frames that you find offensive of the old people?
Well, I wouldn't want to watch. I wouldn't want to watch somebody having open heart surgery. I'd find it disgusting. I don't want to see people eat mushy peas because I find mushy peas disgusting.
I mean,
I'm not going to say you can't have open heart surgery or you can't eat mushy peas just because I find it disgusting.
Right. Since when has marriage become like us visualizing these people fucking? Which is
this is the other thing. They seem
argument. Yes,
it's a morality being imposed on a society. I'm sorry, but that's all it is.
And the idea that any sort of religion has exclusivity to marriage, or that any religion defines it, or any religion owns it, they don't.
I mean, initially it always was a civil union. It always was a legal.
It was a civil union long before it was a church thing. The Catholic Church found a way to make money off of it, and they cornered.
Yeah, they noticed it was popular.
Or it's about rights. When I drive down the road and I get into an accident, and the police finds me, and they want to notify the people that are closest to me, they look for my marriage partner.
All right.
I don't have one, so they look for my parents or for whatever else, and it's all legal and within the state and our laws. This has nothing to do with religion. It's all about equal treatment under the law. We don't want to be married in the face of God.
It is the equal rights of a human being under the law, and that's as simple as that. And it doesn't matter your gender. It does not matter one fuck your gender.
It shouldn't, but it does. That's the problem.
But this is why I advocate, and certainly when the election comes or the referendum comes around in 11 months' time in this country, I am going to be voting for equality in that respect.
I think because we just blew up our Christian
not my business what other people do.
Let him talk.
No, that's why religions. That's why religions are so upset about it, because it loosens their control that they've always had.
Yeah, but that's
All right, and just to mention this again, this hangout's about trying to find the areas where there seems to be a perceived difference between Christians and atheists, and it's not really there. And so far, we've been, I think, 4 for 4 with Nate. So,
well, I think Nate is very
So,
liberal. I think Nate is being very, very liberal.
I really don't think he is. I think Nate is more representative of the real Christians than you think.
The last thing on marriage, just keep it in your same species.
Well, yeah, and I honestly,
I like sheep.
But should we force people?
I'm Irish.
I'm gonna. See, that's one of the issues I have with these arguments. They all of a sudden, just because a gay couple wants to get married, now we're gonna start comparing them to bestiality and
consenting adults. That's
so
the point.
Fucking rude and disrespectful. I feel to compare a person who is an adult with another adult to fucking a chicken.
Yeah.
And I don't even go there.
The mind boggles at the logistics of that, but anyway.
Well,
the best thing
if you look at an egg, an egg is about that fat around. So I'm guessing that's proportional to a penis. So I guess you can fuck a chicken.
Anyway.
Welcome in, Nadia.
Nadia.
Yo.
Yeah.
I mean, we could rename the whole thing to Burgelnudel. We are not married. We are Burgelnudel. and now it's okay because it's no longer marriage in the same thing of the Bible. Would that be okay?
Well, there are a lot of states in the U.S. because this gay marriage thing is really gaining traction in the court. They want to abolish all marriage together just because gay people are going to get married.
What? Seriously?
They want to abolish noodles.
Yes, like I said, Nate, there are factions of Christianity that believe that they are the only ones who have the right to determine what a marriage is or isn't. So if you're going to marry gay people, you're going to get rid of the term marriage because that's a religious term. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, I think one thing
we're not getting married. We are getting Burgelnudel.
It costs a lot of money.
Sorry,
one thing I've noticed is, if I may, one thing I've noticed is a lot of people are saying that allowing gays to get married will undermine, heterosexual marriage, families, and all that. I just don't get that. We're not endangering a family.
The moment you have the right to get married, my marriage is naturally just going to dissolve into nothing, and I'm going to rush off and marry a woman instead.
Well, I disagree with the framing of that we're allowing them to get married. I think we're disallowing them to get married. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to get married right now. We are blocking them from getting married. There's nothing in the Constitution or our laws that say a gay person can't get married. We've invented this obstruction, which I think is completely unjustified. So.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, it is unjustified. People should be allowed to do what they want to do. Consenting adults, simple across the board.
Well, within reason.
There is.
Yeah, in reason.
Well,
within reason, consenting adults can do what they want.
Yeah, and the most important part is that there are so many legal involvements with marriage.
Yes.
All these things. If someone dies, who gets the inheritance? If you have a child, who takes care of him? If you have adopted him, are you both the parents, or as it is right now, if you're a gay parent, a gay pair, only one of them adopts the child and the other one is just add-on?
Well, I'm just glad
thank you, Science, for making that point.
All these.
I was about to make that point too, Sinus. That's another thing with adopting children. If it's a gay couple, only one can adopt a child. Only one can be the parent. So let's say this child is grown up with two people, their parents. One of them dies, and let's say it happens to be the one who was the legal parent. All of a sudden, this child is now thrown into the adoption system again. Now they can't live with their other parent because of some stupid technicality that blocked them.
I should point out that it's not usually the adoption system. It's usually a previous relationship where the child had, I guess, what do you want to call it, natural childbirth or something?
Right. I mean, what I was saying is, like, there are a lot of laws that block two people of the same sex from adopting the same child in a lot of states. So it creates conflicts if the parent who's the legal guardian dies, and now
that's not just in America. This is the thing. That's not just in America. In Ireland, like I said, at the moment, there's a referendum coming up on these basic rights, and to me, it's a straightforward. Yeah, fuck's sake, everybody, if they want to commit to someone, should be allowed to actually have the same rights as me if I want to marry a woman. And those rights are automatically granted to me. But it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that a set of people are put to one side. They're people, for fuck's sake. Simple as that. There's nothing strange about that. It should be just straightforward. Get married, off you go. You have the same rights as me. You have a child, and all the rest of it that goes with it, then that passes to your partner in the event that you die, which we all die. Fuck it.
Amen.
Don't you be religious with me, you fucker.
That's not actually religious.
I love the word amen. I mean,
it's not actually. It just means I agree, doesn't it? Is it Latin for
it does. I'm just being.
Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
There are states where you can be fired if your job finds out you got married.
Like I'm saying, this is an issue in the U.S. that is moving very quickly. It's going to end up in the Supreme Court, I guarantee, within 3 years. And all these people who are talking nonsense about this issue are going to be on the wrong side of history, I feel. But maybe I'm wrong.
Personally, I think one big problem.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right.
I think you're right.
It is not popular to bash gays anymore. And it was, which is sad. But it is not a cool thing to do. And it was never a cool thing to do, but guess what? It happened. On a regular
now
basis.
I'm the big threat in the bathroom, yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm talking in the public. Yes, there are idiots everywhere in the world. If you're a minority, if you're a gay person, if you're whatever,
if you're Irish,
people are gonna there are gonna be assholes. We can't deal with that. There are always gonna be assholes, but at least the law shouldn't be the asshole. The law should protect everybody. The assholes should be the minority. They should be the idiots.
Yeah, I've never really had any discrimination for me being gay. For one thing, I'm not obviously gay. I don't fit a stereotype or anything. And another, I don't really bring it out like, oh, I'm gay, respect me. See, I don't. It's not an issue. I just do what I got to do.
Your avatar looks like quite the bear.
Woof. But Heavy, you should be allowed. Heavy, you should be allowed to be free within society. That's the whole point.
Yeah, that's true, but I realize that there are other people around me, and some people may take exception to it. So I go, it's not a problem for me not to come out, or to come. Did I say that right? Well, anyway, I hope you see what I'm trying to say.
It shouldn't be a problem for you to come out.
Yeah, but it is. So I mean, I just do what I got to do to get by, like with my job and stuff like that. And
fair enough.
Be an issue.
I mean, the phrase people usually use is, you might be able to marry your partner, but you'll get fired for having their picture on your desk.
The picture on your desk of
your partner.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I work at a company that's pretty progressive, so there's no tolerance for anti-gay sentiments or racial sentiments or anything like that. So, and gay couples are given the same benefits as straight couples. I'm happy to work at a company that's really ahead of the curve on those types of things. But I recognize not everyone works in that kind of situation.
Yeah, what drives me extremely crazy in this whole discussion is that it's always only about this biblical idea of man and women, but it never goes into the actual day-to-day life of the people, of the rights that you actually have, about all these little things. What happens to you if you die? Where does your stuff go? imagine a gay couple that has adopted a child, and one of the partners was the one who adopted the child, and they were living together for 10 years, and then the one who adopted the child dies, and then the child goes back to the foster home because the other parent, who he also was with for 10 years, wasn't legally involved in any way.
But that is the point. That is why these laws need to be actually written into law, because of that.
Right, and it has nothing to do with a man and woman.
Protection of their emotions. Never mind their actual rights, their emotions. Imagine how. Listen, in Ireland here, like I said, I know a gay couple which were very much older than me. I used to deliver coal to them years ago, and they had a son, and they obviously adopted, but that child was taken away from the other parent, and that was absolutely astounding. Just unstabilizing for that human being, that child. Do you know?
Yeah, it's not enough that he's just lost a parent.
Ridiculous. In this 21st century that we're still actually talking about this.
Yeah, the problem is that every time this topic comes up, it's always about the Bible and the definition of marriage between
the
a man and
religious restrictions.
Nobody cares about that. It's actually about, I don't know, as I said, let's call it a Schlengeldum or whatever.
Unless you're a fundy.
Well, have in mind, they are bound not to endorse or condone or enable sin.
Oh, sorry, I had to step away for a sec. So I was gonna check. Is Nate still in here?
He had to step away for a moment. Looks like.
I think he's having computer issues.
I was seeing. I was reading some of the comments, and everyone was kind of wondering what my next topic was going to be. Where I feel that
atheism will ever overlap.
Where I feel there's an overlap between what is purported to be a non-religious position and a religious position. And this would be Christian Scientists. These are people who do not believe on using medical services, and instead they elect to use prayer. Their children get sick, they won't take them to the hospital, they won't use any medical service, and there's an issue over should these children be taken away from these people, or should there be some kind of punishment for parents who decide not to seek medical treatment for diseases that are easily treatable because they feel that prayer will cover that problem. So I'm not sure if Nate's still in here, but I don't know how he feels on Christian Scientists electing to use prayer instead of medical treatment for the children, and if that's acceptable.
I think it's very that one's really tricky. I think that one's so tricky that
I was hoping it would be.
That's why we have a judicial system. That's why we have courts and charges and neglect and things like that. So you really can't say as much of a general rule. If it's a headache and they don't use Tylenol, no one's going to see that as child abuse or bad. If it's a brain tumor and people pray to something, then that's all. That would be one for the courts to decide. Get a jury of your peers, present the evidence, present exactly the circumstance. Like, did they know about this? How much? What was recommended by all the doctors? And did they completely go against every medical professional opinion? And if so, was there only reason? So I think it can get really tangled really quick.
That's assuming they went to the doctor, Nate. Some of the people aren't even going to the doctor.
Okay, so then I guess they wouldn't know he had a brain tumor. So
Nate's making a great point. So let me, with the abortion issue, let me narrow it down to a specific type of example. And this is a common one because leukemia in children is a somewhat regular type of disease that happens.
Don't go there.
I'm It is ugly, but it is an issue where parents don't want to treat their children for that because of religious reasons. Is that acceptable? Should the court jump in and say, you know what, we can treat this, we could probably treat this leukemia. There is a 70% chance that they're going to be all right, but they're choosing not to, and this child's going to die because they want to pray instead of fucking get medical treatment. Should we as a society be like, override what the parents want based on their religious beliefs and go ahead and treat this child anyway?
Well, you know what? This is timely because, yeah, that reasoning alone I think is ill-advised. But I met someone just yesterday who's not a theist in any way, shape, or form. And they let me know they have terminal lung cancer. And they have, like, less than a year to live.
Yeah, we're not talking about that. We're talking about parents that don't give their children.
I know.
We're talking about religious parents.
I feel like finishing sentences is important.
And right.
There's a parallel to be drawn here. So, anyways, their reason for not seeking treatment had nothing to do with a prayer. But here's where you can draw a parallel. Their reason for not getting treatment was they wanted to have the best 10 months to a year they can have, and if they sought out treatment, they would have a miserable, miserable life and may end up dying anyway. So I think, you know, the intent and reasoning really does matter. So if their sole reason is we want to pray and hope something happens, or if that's one reason and another one is we don't want our child to suffer and there's no guarantee this is going to work, so we want them to have the best life they can while they are here. So
yeah, but I think you're there quite there, Nate. To be honest, that parallel doesn't really work because we're talking. FSX's question was specifically about religious parents that deny medical treatment to their children. We're not talking about terminal diseases. We're talking about on religious grounds they deny their children.
If you can get no value out of what I said,
that will become terminal.
No, I didn't say that, Nate.
Well, the thing is, Mark kind of got my point. I'm not talking about adults.
It's wishy-washy now.
For themselves. I understand if you're an adult and you don't want treatment and you're going to die for whatever reason, you know what? You're an adult. You can make that decision. I'm talking about specifically parents, like Mark said, denying a treatment for their child, a proven treatment based on religious grounds, based because they feel their prayer will be just as effective as medical treatment, and deciding to not give a child a medical treatment, which has been demonstrated to be very effective, solely on the basis of belief that prayer will.
Okay, up here we have had issues where, like, Jehovah's Witnesses and Seventh-day Adventists will not submit to blood transfusions.
Yes.
Up here we have taken those parents to court and mandated. The court has ordered them to take the children to the hospital.
Right. I'm specifically talking about parents making decisions for children.
Yes.
I'm not talking
but
about
I'm just saying, we as a society up here will not tolerate your religious beliefs putting your kid in harm.
Right.
And in the UK and Europe, I think they're covered. I think they're covered by the Human Rights Act, and I might be wrong, but one of the right to life is part of that act.
Right to,
so specifically to Nate, I'm trying to say, should we as a society be able to override a person's religious conviction for their child to prevent a medical treatment?
Yes.
I say yes too.
There's a lot of Nates in here, man.
There's only one Nate.
Nate, what do you say?
Should we be able to override a parent's choice for a child in these extreme situations where it's like this child has a terminal disease that can be treated? Maybe not.
May I interject just for a moment?
Yeah.
I just wrote an answer to a video where it was about something like this. They had a leukemia child, and she was really dying, and she was hating the treatment and really suffering. And the parents decided, okay, we won't do that anymore. And Nate brought up this point that the child would then live a better life because the chemotherapy for leukemia it's horrible. I've actually seen that. I have cancer myself. I had chemo myself. I know I don't look the part because I have all my hair, but I had my own. I spent a lot of time in the hospital with cancer patients, and this leukemia stuff, it's ugly, extremely ugly. And I somewhat see the point that you want your child not to suffer through all these side effects of the chemotherapy and just have 6 months of a good life and then die.
Yeah,
I think
there's no guarantee of that. There's absolutely no guarantee that the treatment would be ineffective and that child would come back to be absolutely live a full, normal 70, 50, whatever year life.
Yeah, I think
to deny that to a child is criminal.
I think you're narrowing FSX's point.
Yes, right. I take Sinus's point. I understand that's a different issue. If you're talking about, I understand that chemotherapy is a horrible thing. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about their justification for denying treatment. If the parents saying they do not want their child to suffer through this treatment that probably won't work, and they'd rather give them a better quality of life, that's a different issue. I'm talking about the parent denying a treatment because they feel that prayer will work better than a treatment that has been shown to be effective.
Such as parents that wouldn't take their child to hospital for a broken arm.
Right.
Such as the parents that put a simple homemade splint on a child's broken arm or leg and pray rather than taking the child. It's all medical treatment, not just for terminal illnesses or cancer. Right. We're talking about basic medical treatments here.
Right. If the parent is saying they don't want their child to suffer through chemo, that's a totally different issue. I'm not arguing with that. And I use the cancer example because it's a rough example to show. The same thing can be shown for basic infections. The same thing can be shown for all types of treatments. But I'm trying to get down to the justification for denying a treatment to the child, and if their only justification is they think they can fix the problem with prayer. They think prayer will fix this, and they're going to just not get any medical treatment for a child where medical treatment is available and shown to be effective. Should we override the parents in these situations?
I see in that one example, the parents did seek treatment. They did not withhold treatment for the child. Then after they saw what was happening, yeah, I can understand that where they're coming from. They did not deny the child treatment from the start.
Cancer Society survival rates for the two different types of childhood leukemia. So when parents say, well, it might not work, they're full of shit. 90% of kids under the age of 5 live to be over 50.
Yeah,
that's just reality. So when they say it doesn't work, they're believing somebody lying to them.
There's no doubt about that whatsoever. But the mortality rates are fucking so much better when you get it so much younger.
Absolutely. But this is why I hear in Canada we don't let you do this on religious reasons.
If you're gonna do it.
What I'm trying to get down is
there's no way that a Christian parent can turn around and say, we don't agree with abortion, but we're not going to give medical treatment to a...
What I'm getting down to is the rationale for rejecting a treatment.
That's exactly the rationale.
We can move away from leukemia. We can use other examples. There are parents. There's a parent where they had who had lung infections. They died of these lung infections where they could have gotten antibiotics. They broke a leg. They didn't want to get the splint. The person lost most of their leg and almost died from gangrene. And it took them to the 4th child before they rejected because these parents did not want to get a treatment for a treatable illness because they felt prayer would be better. That's the rationale. I'm not saying it has nothing to do with the downsides of the treatment per se, because that's not what these parents are dealing with. They're saying they don't want any type of treatment because it's in God's hands. We're going to leave it to God, and we're not going to treat our child with medical treatment because we feel that prayer is a better solution.
But those the 2 cases where what the fuck was their names there recently? And the second time round, they left one of their children to die.
Right.
I know the one you mean, but I can't think of the name.
I can't think of the name either, but I was following it. And yeah, certainly they left their second child to die.
Yeah. I'm just saying, should we be able to override these Christian scientists?
Yeah, we should be
because of their nonsense thoughts.
Absolutely.
They can. I mean, the same thing happens with these guys in Texas who want to fuck around with poisonous snakes and get bit, and they think they don't need medical treatment for rattlesnake bite.
Kentucky.
Yeah. It's a great number of.
It's in the Bible.
You think they can?
In the Bible, Mark 16.
Spray away disease.
Fuck you, Mark.
Let's put this question a different way. What if somebody's parents are into homeopathy or crystals, and they think they don't need to take their child to the doctor for any medical treatment because their chosen alternative method? Would you have an issue there, Nate, where the government intervened and said, you have to take your child, otherwise it's neglect?
Man, this is so. I mean, I want to say blanket, yes, but then that's not really honest because this is such a tangled web. Yeah, what about people where medical science is proven to have certain things that will lessen a symptom or treat a cause or something, but someone opts for medical marijuana instead? Certainly, that's not nearly as widely accepted or suggested in the medical community, but a lot of people would prefer that. And it actually does work.
Again, we're referring to say. I mean, you can't fix a broken leg with.
You can't zag at all. Can I?
Do you know what I mean? It's like, yes, you can alleviate the symptoms of a common cold. You can using eucalyptus. You can alleviate the symptoms of a sore throat using ginger or a saltwater gargle. But I'm saying if parents have a child that needs specific medical treatment, but they insist on putting the crystals on this child's broken bone instead of taking them to a doctor.
Diabetes, maybe?
Or diabetes, or...
Here, let's find a better example. A child has a spreading infection.
I see exactly what you're saying there.
A child has an infection
away
that's spreading.
Let's put a quartz crystal on a broken bone and it'll fix it just as good. And fuck the doctors.
Yes, that's what FSX said all along.
Yeah, but I'm just
or whatever.
Well, broken bones are
allowed to be brought in and that child taken away because that's inconsiderate parenting. That is inconsiderate parenting.
Well, I was going to bring up a more common example. Let's say infections. A child has a spreading infection. This can be easily treated with antibiotics, but the Christian Scientist parents don't want to give them antibiotics. An infection spreads and it can kill the child. Should we as a society be able to override the parents and be like, you know what, this kid's getting antibiotics?
Yes.
Well, I think before we get that, there's a preemptive problem, though. If these are people that will never go to a doctor, they're not going to know any of this. Unless it's a broken bone, then they can figure that out. But if they will never go to a doctor, they're not going to know what's wrong with their kid.
Well, the truth is, a lot of times
the kid goes to school.
A lot of times social workers.
Now, seriously.
People around the family will report these things to social workers, and social workers become aware of these issues. That's how it becomes found out.
Right. Yes.
Or they'll have a child die, and then they look at the other kids.
In everyday life, generally people know there's something wrong. If you have a child running around there at the moment, if that child is sick, you know the child is sick because it's off form. There's something wrong. You know that in your heart and soul, don't you?
So we have souls.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Oh, Nate, stop. You just had to throw that in.
Putting down on the...
Answer the fucking question.
You know that in your
the question was, you know in yourself that there's something wrong with that child. And what do? Do you put a crystal on the child, or do you actually take it to a doctor? That was the thing.
Or pray.
Or pray. And that was the reference to the soul, if you like.
I understand. Yeah, I agree. I think this is common sense stuff. But also, let's compare this to another issue we visited earlier, though. What about abortion? No matter how much we don't like, assuming you want life, no matter how much we may not like the mother's choice to terminate a pregnancy, but that's her choice. So now, what makes it different?
Nate, can you answer a straight question or not?
Absolutely nothing to do
He
with
has
that
no to be, in
situation.
fairness, Mark.
No, he was asked, does he
No, I
think
mean in general.
that society should intervene in the cases of Christian or religious parents denying children medical treatment?
Or
That was the
non-religious
question.
parents doing the same thing.
Yes, but the FSX's original question was about religious parents.
Yes,
obviously. Yeah. So that's the question he asked that Nate still hasn't answered. That he's deflecting all the time.
No, he's not. He's answered it more than once.
I mean, I think he's. I think he generally
I've got like
actually
9 people yelling at me, and I'm trying to have a discussion. So
you're changing the subject to abortion now. We're not talking about abortion.
No, he's making a valid
point. If I were about to finish, I think you'd understand where I was going.
I think Nate actually.
I think I've been really darn patient, considering I'm the only theist, and I've got 9 people talking, and I get like 10 seconds to make a reply every now and then.
Like I said, I think Nate in general was actually agreeing with what I said overall. Yeah. I get what his point is with the abortion, but where I would say his abortion analogy falls short is that when I talk about abortion, I say it's okay up to a certain point.
Where but he didn't even finish his analogy.
Yeah, I never finished.
Just humor him.
I'm sorry, Nate. Okay, everybody, let's give Nate time to answer.
What I'm trying to say is if the woman can make her choice, no matter how much we may dislike her choice, we're like, okay, it's the woman's body, it's her right, she should choose. So then, now talking about this subject, how do we reconcile our views to abortion? Where is that threshold where we respect the parent's rights, no matter what it may be doing to the child? In abortion, it's ending a potential life, and in a broken bone scenario, it's causing pain and suffering to a child. So where does the threshold cross from we're cool with abortion, even though we don't like it as a woman's choice, respect her rights, to we must respect the rights of these parents up until what threshold, then it becomes a problem?
Hold on. Looped over around the back of your head as a child, and you as a parent are looking at that going, I'm going to pray for you and that will be all right. Do you not think that that's a problem?
Hold on. Let me respond to Nate. Nate, what the problem with this is the abortion analogy is abortion is only acceptable to a certain point where we're saying that the child is viable or it's too developed. Now, when you're talking about Christian Scientists and those parents, you're talking about a child that is already born. So abort. You're not allowed to murder your child. Therefore, you're not allowed to deny them treatment or anything else. It's not really analogous to abortion at all.
Right, but my question is, where's the threshold? Like, no one thinks you should force a parent to take time to make their kid take Tylenol.
No, but there is no. That's absolutely ridiculous that you're actually talking about that.
No, apples and oranges.
Well, the ball is in your court. Nothing I'm saying is ridiculous. Trust me. I'm putting the ball in your court, asking you to answer. I'm saying
I'm going to answer.
We all agree there is a threshold. I'm asking you to tell me where you think the threshold is.
The child
comparison to abortion.
Wait. The threshold is the child's safety, the child's life, and the probability of the child being left with a lingering problem for the rest of their life because of this. So if it's going to be a lasting harm or it's going to be death, that's my threshold.
That's good. Great. Thank you. I think that makes sense. That's a reasonable answer.
So do we agree that if that's the problem with a person who wants to use a religious conviction that's going to leave a child dead or maimed, should we be able to override them?
I think that gets my support.
All right, so we got 4 issues where Christians and atheists agree.
Except the reason I'm trying to flesh this out is because this really does have a lot of potentially unseen as well as seen variables.
I understand, but Nate, what I'm saying is I don't think there's a conflict here. I think we both agree.
I don't think there is either. I think a 5-minute discussion would have fleshed
So I found a 4th issue where I think Christians and atheists are purported to have disagreements where they do not.
Well, and another thing that was brought up.
I'm finding myself in the completely unfamiliar position to agree with his theist. I'm actually on his side on this one. This is crazy.
I've agreed with Nate this whole hangout. That's the point.
Yeah. If I may.
So does that make us all theists, or does that make him an atheist?
No, it means
it makes us
one at a time.
Absolutely, Sinus. Thank you for that. I'm glad you caught that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that there's an artificial distinction on a lot of issues that people like to promote their own political ideology or whatever, where there's really not a difference between the theist and atheist position for a lot of people. Not everyone. There are atheists that disagree with this issue or all the issues I brought up. There are Christians who disagree with all the issues I brought up. But guess what? There are a lot of people who are reasonable in the middle who may have different opinions on the God thing, but we can still come together on these basic fucking common sense issues.
Isn't that cool?
It is really cool.
There was one thing that was brought up earlier that, about abortion. The mother should have the right, within reason. But after the baby's born, now that's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah.
You have to step in.
And that was the point I was going to try and make toward Nate.
Well, I think,
and he was trying to bring in the abortion thing again, and I just found that absolutely astounding.
Yeah, because we had talked about that earlier, I think.
Yeah, we talked about abortion earlier on, and it shouldn't be left as a method of conception, yada yada yada.
Well, I mean, the difference between
the difference between a living child that is in your care and a child that you don't necessarily want and may choose to abort. Not as a method of conception, I don't condone that, whatever. But if that child is within your care, then you have every obligation to that child to make sure of its health and well-being. Full stop. No doubt about that whatsoever in my mind.
All right. So whenever anyone's ready, I'm ready for issue number 5, which I think we all can agree to.
Okay.
I'm going to disagree just for the crack.
Whatever Nate says, I'm the opposite.
You're presupposing there, dude.
Absolutely. I was a Calvinist at one point.
All right. So the way our tax law works in the United States is that there is a religious exemption for paying taxes in the United States. If you are a church, you do not have to pay taxes. If you are a nonprofit, you have to promote. You have to give out information about how you spend your money and what everyone gets paid. But religious institutions, by definition, do not have to pay taxes like everyone else. Is that an acceptable situation?
No.
No.
Boy, of course you guys.
Nays. Come on, nays.
Should there be a church tax exemption in the United States?
No.
If you start taxing the churches, most of them would close.
Nays. For fuck's sake, nays.
Well, he's probably taking care of his child.
Wow.
He's there. He's smiling at us because I think he agrees with you.
I'm not super familiar with tax law and 501c3s and all that fun stuff, but I thought it was more akin to a 501c3 nonprofit than its own special thing. So, but overall, without having all the tax law up to date in my head, I would say I think that's fine. I mean, if you want to tie that into religious freedom or whatever, it's already in place. So instead of doing away with it and making religious organizations pay taxes, just say across the board, anyone that whatever the qualifications are that qualifies something as a religious organization, whether it's a Satanist or an atheist church, whatever, if they meet the qualifications, which I have no idea what are, then fine. Don't make Methodists pay taxes. Don't make atheist churches pay taxes. Don't make Satanist churches pay taxes.
Do you know how much money is not gained in revenue because of no taxing the churches and stuff? Hundreds of billions of dollars every year is not paid.
Can I come in?
Wait, real quick, Nate. Do you agree that we're not?
By the way, I don't want to pay taxes. So
I don't either.
I do.
But why should the churches be exempt when they get billions of dollars every year?
It's actually worse. It's actually worse than that. The churches have much laxer reporting requirements. They barely have to report anything if at all.
Well, hold on, Nate. Would you agree that the United States government is not allowed to establish a religion?
That sounds right.
Okay, so let's say I decide I'm a religion of one and I worship gummy bears and I don't want to pay taxes. Are they going to give me a tax exemption for that?
Well, what are the maybe this is worth a Google search. What are the qualifications? Do there has to be a certain number of people? Like I don't know the qualifications.
It's subjective. It's what if they believe you are a real church. If they think you're trying to defraud them, they will not do it. It's a subjective measure.
Well, you are a certain amount of projection of the government. I don't think it's a good idea, but that sounds like the accurate answer.
But it leaves the government in the position of deciding what is religion and what is not religion, which means they're establishing some religions and they're discouraging others. And 501c3s, when it's a religious organization, they are allowed other things. The preacher is allowed a housing exemption, so he doesn't have to pay taxes on his property, on his home. You can write that off. And the churches, if it's a church, they do not have to disclose how they spend their money or what they do with it. But if you are a nonprofit, you have to disclose all of that. So what I would say is, would it not be more fair to have a nonprofit tax exemption, and everyone has to meet the same criteria, and being a church should not give you any extra leeway in being tax-free. It should be just based on the same criteria for everyone, not just the church. Church by default gets tax-free exemption. It should just be a nonprofit exemption, and you have to establish merit before you get that exemption. You agree with that?
You know, from what you said, I don't think there's anything I'm horribly opposed to. I mean, whatever. I mean, I think most people, like most churches, you would walk by on the side of the street. Taking what you just said, I don't see a lot of religious organizations having a problem with that. It seems most of the religious organizations would qualify for what you just said.
I think a lot of. No, I think he's right.
An awful lot of religious organizations. An awful lot of churches would just absolutely scream up in arms because they'd lose fucking millions of dollars.
Right, Nate. There are a lot of churches that own private businesses, and they make money off those, and they're tax-free just because they're church.
And I can name one,
case in point,
which is the Vatican. They would really fucking not like it.
Right.
Okay, that link there is Joel Osteen's house.
Case in point.
Guy, all he can do is preach, and this is the house he lives in.
Case in point. Have you ever been to Chick-fil-A?
Yeah.
It is totally owned by the Mormon Church, and they are a tax-free organization.
What?
You didn't know that? I knew that.
Oh, no.
Wow. I didn't know.
Why do you think they were so opposed to the gays?
So I know.
That.
Who is it? Like Kathy something, the founder or owner, right?
Yeah,
Can you shoot a link in the side chat for that?
What's the guy's name? The Kathy whatever.
Right. By merit of being a church, they are by default they are tax-free. So if you are a church. If you're a Christian church, it makes it real easy. I'm a Christian church. I don't pay. That's all you need. I think tax-free should. I think religion should be irrelevant to it. I think it should be on merit.
So wait. Okay. So what you're.
I think it's also slightly ironic because didn't Jesus say, you should pay your taxes unto Caesar, and don't most Christians, they used to pay tithes to help with the poor anyway? So shouldn't it be a Christian duty almost to pay the taxes?
Right, and I don't have a problem.
Stop being a socialist, will you? Please stop being a socialist.
And to be clear, I'm not saying.
How dare you support the weak and the infirm, and how dare you actually care for society? Don't be a socialist.
What I'm saying is, I don't have an issue with a Christian organization being tax-free. I have no problem with that at all. But I have a problem with a Christian organization being tax-free only because they're a Christian organization.
So FSX, so is the claim you're making that Chick-fil-A, the chain, the whole Chick-fil-A does not pay taxes?
I believe
they pay corporate tax, but they don't pay.
They get a tax exemption because they're owned by a church. So, okay, the money that the church gets from Chick-fil-A, they don't pay taxes on it.
So, okay, and you're saying the Mormon Church owns Chick-fil-A?
Yes.
I need some evidence for this.
The founder was actually Southern Baptist.
Yeah, that's what it says in Wikipedia.
It doesn't matter who's the.
Well, Wikipedia, let's say.
Well, yeah, things like facts do matter. So, if the founder was Southern Baptist and the claim is it's owned by a Mormon church,
Well, no. A founder is not the owner. An owner can be someone else than the founder.
Well, yeah. Regardless, that's my thing. Let's work through this and try to be factual.
Colonel Saunders.
I'm genuinely interested in this.
Colonel Saunders was Southern Baptist.
I mean, listen, I'm pretty sure Chick-fil-A's the Mormon Church owns a lot of businesses. They own a lot of these businesses that put together like Mormons believe on storing food for whatever disaster. So they own a lot of these businesses where they have like pre-made food storage. I'm pretty sure Chick-fil-A is along the lines of these businesses as Mormon Church owns.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure you're actually wrong about that.
It does appear to be Baptist only.
It says the Church of Latter-day Saints, commonly known as the Mormon Church, is in no way affiliated with Chick-fil-A. It's owned by this guy.
Southern Baptist was the founder.
Yeah, Southern Baptist.
Yeah,
the son of the founder still owns it.
All right, so the Chick-fil-A.
So it's a private owner, not a religious organization.
It was an urban legend.
They
was an urban myth, yeah.
Well, shit.
Well, see how easy that is?
Yeah, they just cheated the law. It's funny.
You know what, FX?
FX was trying to make was that these are religious organizations that own these businesses and are getting tax exemptions for just a religious aspect.
And let me go ahead and say, if I was wrong about Chick-fil-A, I'm wrong about Chick-fil-A. So I'm not even going to pretend like I'm going to keep arguing it.
And that's okay. There's
You got to have
But the idea...
So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
But the idea was that these businesses are getting tax exemptions because they're affiliated with religious organizations.
And what I'm saying is, let's come up with an actual example of where what you're saying is happening, and then go from there. So, like, okay. Well, I honestly don't know or really care about tax law, but are they...
Any of the mega churches, churches in America are completely tax-free.
That link that I posted is Joel Osteen's house.
But
now,
we weren't...
You tell me how a guy like you or me who works a normal job could ever afford a place like that.
Dude, I'm on it.
But we've just
all he does is
he gets up
on a Sunday afternoon and preaches.
I've just looked at another website that says that about Chick-fil-A that it does. There's a website that says they have a tax-exempt foundation.
Yeah, but that's the company
they're
set
getting
it up
their
probably.
tax exemption by donating extensively to these trees, and then those are written off as.
Yeah, a lot of the pro golfers have their own foundations where they take their money and funnel it into a charity, and their foundation gives them a tax drop for their.
Well, let's
tax exemption.
Let's simplify this, Nate. Should the church itself be tax exempt just because it's a church? Let's not worry about all the businesses they own or whatever.
I'm okay with that.
Why? Just because they're a church?
Well, I mean, in a perfect world, no one would pay taxes. So.
Whoa. We
You're perfect.
You're a socialist.
IRS.
Bring it down.
I have to say, I agree with Nate. I would love to not pay taxes.
I love Star Trek.
Yeah, we don't love that, but
we don't.
Hey, we're one at a time. Nathan.
So even if the reason is a church don't have to pay tax just because it's a church, and that's one more group that doesn't have to pay taxes, maybe that's all the reason I need. If we can work, something else in there, let's do that too. The more, the merrier.
Okay. Now, obviously, this thing I've just linked is going to be biased because it's written by atheists, but there's a link.
Why should the church not have to pay taxes where other businesses do?
My point is that it amazes me that people that are part of the church or people that run the churches benefit from the taxes that other people pay, and yet they want a say in societal things but don't want to pay towards them.
Yeah. See
this goes back to my point where I said, rather than prohibiting people from building monuments, we should just let whoever wants to throw up a monument, even if it's a little cluttered. So, I'm not just saying certain churches shouldn't have to. I'm saying instead of prohibiting them all, let them all. So if you want an atheist megachurch, they're pointing out there, great, don't pay taxes.
So tax all churches is perfectly fine then.
No, that doesn't work like that, Nate. We're talking about religious organisations or churches that don't pay tax and yet want to gain from that fact. So, like in the UK, all churches are regarded as charities, so they don't pay tax.
Nate, would you not agree? Would you not agree that there are churches that function as businesses?
Oh, fuck yeah.
They own radio stations, they own TV stations, they make money, they sell DVDs, they have coffee shops and their gift shops, and they make money. Would you not agree with that?
I think that's a fair point.
All right, so why should they be allowed to do these obviously for-profit things and not pay tax where other people have to pay tax? Why are they so special that they get this special exemption that no one else has to pay? This is a different argument from should we have taxes at all?
But this is just
we
like
have taxes.
But this is just like a nonprofit. This is just like a nonprofit organization. They clearly make money, and some of them pay quite hefty salaries. Shouldn't they be charged for that?
No, it's not.
Nonprofit
religious organizations do not have open books.
Right.
Every nonprofit organization has to write down everything they pay. Churches do not have to do that.
No, the nonprofits have to disclose how they spend their money.
Two things.
Churches do not.
So would you rather just say either churches are taxed like every other business?
Yes.
Or why has no one brought up the open book? Why not treat a church like a charity and make them keep open books?
Right. Nate's getting to my point. Nate's getting to my point. This is what I'm saying. I think the consideration of it being considered at all, it should be a nonprofit. And then if a church qualifies or if a non-church qualifies, it should be the same criteria. The fact that it's a church should be irrelevant to how they evaluate who gets tax-free status.
Thank you.
They should be treated like any other business or organization.
Like any other non-profit. Open books. Right. And if they do anything shady, they lose their tax exemption.
Right. The fact that their church should not even matter.
Here's a question for Nate, right? And before everybody jumps in, just as a matter of interest, do you think the Church of Scientology should be taxed?
Whatever I said, like whatever qualifications are, if they meet them.
No. Can you just say yes or no?
No. See, I think
Church of Scientology. I repeat the question. Do you think that the Church of Scientology should be taxed? Nate.
I want to say provisionally no. I don't know enough about that to give an answer, but, provisionally, if they're accepted by the government as a religion, no.
So you don't think religion should be taxed?
We've already been down this road, right?
Honestly, I think Nate agreed with me on this issue number 5. I think if I'm wrong, Nate, let me
You're being unfair. You're trying to push him into a corner. That's not fair.
Can I just say on a particular subject? I think the reason me and Nate are disagreeing is because of our attitudes regarding taxes, not our attitudes regarding religion and atheists.
I've been listening to Nate very carefully.
No, she had the point. That was exactly it.
Well, yeah, my ultimate point is I'm not really informed, nor do I care about tax law across the board. That's my ultimate point. My second point is, yeah, if you're a religious organization, you shouldn't have to pay taxes because taxes suck. My third point is if you want to make it equivalent because of some closed books, embezzlement potential or whatever, then I don't have I don't really know enough to make an informed decision, but provisionally I would say treat it like a charity, treat it like a nonprofit organization where they have to keep open books or whatever. So that's my third point. I don't really care.
Nate, the way it works today is that the churches aren't treated like any other nonprofit. They're given a special category above others. They're given a tax exemption above others. Is that okay?
Perhaps the question should be, Nate, do you think it's fair that churches get a privilege that other people don't because they're churches? Do you think that's fair, regardless of whether they pay taxes or not? Do you think it's fair they get certain exemptions just because they're religious? Do you think that's fair?
Yeah, that's good. I want to say, again, I have to answer provisionally because this is an area of near ignorance. I want to say, yeah, what you said, you make a good point. I'm inclined to agree with your point. That being said, I would love more data on this.
All right. Oh, I mean, do you deny the fact that if you're a church, you get a tax exemption for being a church?
That's about as familiar as I am with it. That if you're a religious organization, you get some tax exemption.
All right.
I think you could even expand it.
Wait, hold on. And do you also agree that if you want to be a non-profit organization and get a tax exemption, you have to demonstrate certain things in order to get that?
I'm more aware of that now than I was at the beginning of this conversation.
But I mean, just to make sure, I mean, do you contest the idea that they have to meet a criteria as a nonprofit organization to receive a tax exemption? There is a criteria you have to meet.
Well, okay, so I am aware of that and I agree, but also there is there's some criteria you must meet for the government to recognize you as a religious organization with whatever special closed book privilege that grants. So what are those criteria you must meet?
Let me explain it.
Can I just read an email?
One at a time.
The criteria is you're an accepted religion.
I mean, I want like bullet points. Like we've been wrong about Chick-fil-A. I want to be accurate.
Can I just read a message I've got from somebody here?
You just have to be classed as a religion, mate. That's it.
Yeah.
Let me talk.
Can I just read this message?
Okay.
This is a message from Jade Turkey Cat. One of the reasons to make churches exempt from taxes was to keep political entities, local state authorities, from imposing taxes on particular denominations and thus backdoor a violation of freedom from religion. Jews and Catholics, for instance, were sometimes taxed and/or found their property under attack via eminent domain or putative zoning.
Punitive.
The idea was to isolate. That's what I thought it should. Yeah, I think that was our typo, not my bad reading. The idea was to isolate religions from political policies. I think that churches should be considered the same way as any charitable organisation, complete with accounting for their income and outgo. So I'll copy and paste that for anyone who wants to.
Well, let's face it. In the charitable institutions that these religions are supposed to be indebted to is not always the case. Certainly in Ireland, under Catholic law, the bishops, the archbishops, and all these fuckers lived high lives while people were dying in the potato famine. And this was absolutely fucking indebted in our tradition and our lives, and yet fucking throngs of people flood to the church just so they're saved in the next life. This is where it's wrong. And to this day in Ireland, the Catholic Church is a tax-free society, and it's a society. Now, the money that could be donated to the church should be donated to a social fund. Oh yeah, I'm saying socialism, yes again. And the taxation of the churches should be put into the welfare of the people, and that is all that it breaks down to.
Yeah,
I hope I made myself clear.
I think that the wider issue is really, I mean, as far as tax goes, but generally, should churches or religious organisations or the people involved in them receive special privileges just because of the religion?
But the closed books.
No.
Religious.
No. Yeah, that's what I meant.
That annoys me so much, and I'm not an American.
You have someone like the Pope who stands up and tells everyone how we should look after the poor and the starving, etc., etc., while he sits in a solid gold chair encrusted with jewels and diamonds. It's just abhorrent.
You know what's funny, FSX? Everyone from Europe is answering for American politics.
Yeah,
Well, no, I certainly did not. I did not.
Irony
I
runs
was
thick,
talking
doesn't it,
about
Nate?
from my own
You
Irish
need to
politics
bitch slap us.
from
Just
They still think they own us.
Well, Nate, I think you missed.
No, I'm sorry. I disagree with you.
Well, Nate, I think you missed our whole trailer park discussion. So.
The statement,
by the way,
the statement I read out was from a fellow American.
By the way, I have to ask Mark, and I'm totally gonna change the subject and be random. Mark, do they have trailer parks
in the UK? Yeah, they're similar.
They do.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Counts
they do.
for states.
There are mobile home parks.
Oh yeah, that's true. There are.
Which is what you call trailers, yeah. So.
And Mark, if you were to think of what demographic of people live in trailers in the United States, what would you guess?
Well, there is the stereotype, but that's exactly that, a stereotype. They're not all.
What would that stereotype be?
Well, what you automatically think of white trash, don't you?
Oh, see, you got it right. Sinus is in so much trouble right now because he said black people.
I went with the Eminem, and I went with the Mars Attacks, so I'm safe enough.
Honestly, we got a better sample now, so I think Europeans do have a thorough understanding of how trailer parks in the United States work.
Yeah, I'm just ignorant.
As far as stereotypes go, you'd associate the word ghetto perhaps with blacks, and trailer parks is white.
Yeah, you're right.
I would associate.
It's not quite.
Mark knows all about America.
When I think of England, I think popcorn.
I've never even been there.
Well, that's the same as I would think. Yeah.
You got it about right.
Trailer trash.
Right.
I got my information
trailer
from Mars
parks,
Attacks
trailer
on trailer trash.
Oh God, I'm not.
I told you that I was just a minority. I didn't.
I know.
Excuses.
I'm giving you a hard time, Sinus. You're fine.
Yeah, and rightly so. Rightly so. I deserve that.
So,
Very
if I
spanking
can go on about the tax exemption affair. In the case of Chick-fil-A, its Wind-shaped foundation is hit from two fronts. Number one, the taxes that the corporation would pay are essentially diverted there because the tax exemption affairs make it donations to nonprofits count in lieu of taxes. Second, the Wind-shape that doesn't exclusively, or at the very least, very heavily donates to other anti-LGBT causes. So basically, something on the order of hate groups that are not classified as such because of political concerns. The churches that count as broadcasters would be the Christian Broadcasting Network, Trinity Broadcasting Network, and Daystar. And two of those three are fully non-profit, tax-exempt organizations. So.
With closed books.
Sorry? With no books, yeah.
Amen.
No books. Everything is hidden.
But this is the thing, in Ireland even, right? I can start a business tomorrow.
By the way, everything Nadia said about Chick-fil-A, I have the same thing on my screen.
Right, okay. I can start a business tomorrow in Ireland, right? I can become a multinational company, trading, we'll say, $1 million per year, just as a round figure. I can now turn around, by my accountant, and say, I'm going to donate 10% of my profits through my accountant and start a trust fund for whatever charity it might be. It doesn't matter. I can say the charity is the left ball shavism of the Irishmen and the benefit for them, right? I can register as a charity, which this is what Concern, who are a multinational company now at this stage, based in Ireland, charity company, who pay massive executive money to their top dollars, and they are completely tax-free under the charity idea, right? This was based originally under a religious idea. Should that company be taxed? Because the majority of the money that they actually make goes to pay the executives, not to charity.
So I was reading the comments.
Concern.
I got it. Nate wants to talk about abortion or evolution. So I am more than
anything but taxes.
Switch our topic to evolution or abortion, even though it kind of is not the sole reason of the hangout, but I don't really care. So,
I really have no desire to talk about that. But I really don't care about taxes.
I figured it was a joke. I actually have no other topics. I think Nate more or less agreed with 4 out of 5 and maybe 25% of the 5th one. So,
I think the 5th one, it was an issue of differences regarding taxes rather than religious beliefs.
It was more of a tax issue, but...
Can I, well, I got sidelined before I could get out the last point on gay marriage, which I guess expanded on the thing that I was thinking about. You can't have the picture on your desk or you get fired. Is that, the gay marriage thing is pretty secondary of an issue. I mean, frankly, even though it happens, for the most part, LGBT people aren't parents. What is actually really stunningly crucial is employment discrimination, housing discrimination, healthcare discrimination, public accommodation discrimination, and of course justice discrimination. So I mean, when you see Islam Nettles get beaten to death in front of a police station, the killer get off on $2,500 bail, and the DA declined to prosecute, well, you have a bit of justice discrimination. You know, someone else who is maybe not quite as LGBT might have actually had the police enforce something. And in like fashion, sentences, etc., are disproportionately harsh. In the San Francisco Bay Area, one of the most liberal areas in the country, where you think, oh, well, you know, it shouldn't be an issue. You're trying to land a job. The unemployment rate for trans people is estimated to be between 50 and 70%, according to a recent article I posted in making the rounds on Fundamentally Flawed and so on. The LGBT homelessness, again in San Francisco, is 30% overall. Amongst 30% of the homeless are LGBT in San Francisco Bay Area, and which is vastly disproportionate. And something like 40% of LGBT youth. You start translating that to less liberal areas, and it gets worse. You can also see a little bit of structure in there. I mean, for instance, 53% of LGBT homicides are trans, that is, people killing LGBT people, and so on. There's a lot less sort of like soft and squishy issues to take on here than, oh, let's have a marriage. There's you know, basically life and death, livelihood, and subsistence and so on. When people go on about the marriage issue, they're basically going along with getting derailed by, well, certain bad actors in the late 90s and mid 2000s. So.
I think Nadia brings up a good point, and she may have brought up my 6th subject, which I was even thinking of, which is exemption allowed for public, just be able to deny service to someone because of a religious exemption. That was a big issue in the United States about 2 months ago. And I don't know if Nate's still listening or not, but
I'm here.
So religious exemptions, should those be allowed? Should you be able to deny service to someone because you have an issue with their lifestyle? Or deny them employment?
Is there a better context? Like, are we talking about business or medical attention or just an umbrella?
I would say business.
Everything.
I think
medical attention is also allowed.
Right, I think we could both agree that medical attention, you cannot. I don't think we should be able to deny anyone medical attention because we disagree with their lifestyle. Would we agree with that?
Tyra Hunter was a famous case.
I agree.
She's far from alone.
I agree it happens, but I don't think there's I'm not putting words in your mouth, Nate. Do you think you should deny someone medical attention because of their lifestyle?
Well, of course I don't think that. I think my only problem, which is being realist and being fair to everyone, I think the only problem I would have is if something really starts infringing on someone else's rights, which would need to flesh out. So I almost don't know where to go with that. But across the board, I think, no, you shouldn't. But shouldn't be turned into a legal forcing. And that may be like, if someone is a business owner and they don't want to serve someone, like where do we infringe their rights? Yeah, I guess I'm trying to be fair for the maximum number of people. And fleshing
all right, let's say
no shoes.
Let's make it simple. Let's say
I'm sorry.
Let's make it general. Let's say I own a restaurant. I do not want to serve gay people. Should I be able to deny gay people service?
I would like to say that I don't think legally there should be any repercussions. I think in every other way, you're definitely going to get repercussed against. But I don't think the government should force a private business. And again, this is something I don't really know about, but there has to be distinctions if a government organization or, I'm sure that would take a rabbit trail, but I'm thinking of, the mom and pop shop. If you're like, I don't like gay people and I don't like people that look different than I do, those people, I really think their legal rights should be supported to refuse service. However, that being said, I would not support them, and I don't think anyone else would, and I think they'd be closed really, really quick. I think the market will
destroy themselves. Yeah, right.
Fair enough, Nate. Let me give you another example. My girlfriend's a white person, and I'm a black person. If I went to a restaurant with her, should they be able to deny a service because we're an interracial couple and they think that's inappropriate?
I want to say absolutely not. But well, what do you think? Can I? My personal opinion is absolutely not. But what would you think? So would you want to go to a business where it's let's just say mom and pop? That's easier. So a mom and pop store where they're like, you're an interracial couple. I don't want to serve you pancakes. Would you prefer, choice A is they are legally forced to serve you, even though you know they don't want to? Would you be like, you know what, you have to legally serve me pancakes? Or would you be like, man, I don't care if the law says you have to. You're a jerk. I don't want anything you have to offer. So that's choice one. Would you prefer they be legally forced to serve you? Or choice two, they say, we're not serving you, leave. And you'll be like, well, screw you. I guess I don't want your service anyway.
You're missing the point.
And I need to respond to this. Nate, hold on. Nate, this isn't a hypothetical. This happened in the United States in the 50s and 60s. There were restaurants who would not serve black people. There were restaurants who would not serve interracial people. This happened.
No,
we had to force them.
It's a personal question to you. Like I gave my personal answer, so I was asking your personal answer.
No, well, what I'm asking is it okay? I think the government should be able to compel a public company to have to serve everybody. Because guess what? If they never did that, guess what? I wouldn't be able to eat everywhere. If I lived in a small town, I would. Right. They shouldn't be able to refuse anybody.
What would happen if and I apologize in advance, but what would happen if I would take Nadia to a dinner? And they would say, no, she's not welcome.
Even better yet, when we go to dinner and it's time for me to use the restroom.
Why the fuck would you go to a place like that? That's the point.
But I'm trying to think. Like, if I were
faced... I'm agreeing with you. Fuck you. Shut up.
Listen, I understand. It's a complicated issue.
Why would you even bother going to a business that is not welcoming to you? Why would you want to go and spend your money there? That's a lot of bullshit.
But
you might not know.
You have to understand, if you're a minority...
If you don't know, then...
Chance, let him talk. Let him talk.
The thing is, if you're a minority, every business will deny you. If you're in a situation where almost everyone's denying you a service, you're now stuck, like, looking for some place to fucking eat. In the U.S., it says you can't discriminate based on race. Now, should we be able to discriminate based on...
No.
All right, that's how I feel.
Well, maybe
okay, so that's
like,
a good point.
The heavy hauler here, some people are less visible than others. For me, well, I mean, I'm getting screamed out on the street every 100 feet as I try to get from 3 blocks to the subway station. Everyone can obviously tell. Now, well, there is a very different question as to who's refusing me service and, well, who's refusing to hire me and so on and so forth.
Here's an example. Here's a personal example. I've taken a lot of road trips in my life, and I have had to fill up my gas tank. I'm obviously like not the regular thing. They're not used to see black people in this area. Now, what if we had a situation where these businesses were not serving down the interstate, and I'm trying to get from Colorado to California. Now I can't fill up my gas tank because this gas station decides they don't want to serve black people, or they don't want to serve gay people, or they don't want to do whatever. You see how this becomes a huge problem?
You know, that's a good point. That needs to be considered. I like that point because I'm trying to think personally if my options aren't limited. If I have 100 restaurants and one of them's like, you're white or you have an Asian wife, we're not serving you. My first thought is, screw you, I'll go next door. I don't care if you are forced to serve me. I'm not giving you my money. Well, but then, yeah, if I'm traveling from here to California and every little place along the way says, no, we're not serving you, no, we're not serving you, no, we're not serving you, then, yeah, there's definitely a point to that.
And you would have to create a rule that would just make it so you are safe to shop at any business that is serving the public. Like a gas station, like a restaurant, like anything else.
Can I tell you guys a story about what happened to me? Can I tell you a quick story?
Every little place on the way says, we're not hiring you, we're not hiring you. Go ahead.
Same thing, exactly. If you're a gay person or you're a black person, should the businesses all in the town be like, we don't want black people in this company, or we don't want gay people, or we don't want a transgender people, or we don't want someone who's married to an Asian wife? Should we not have rules that protect?
I think there are laws though on the civil rights era.
There was a case in the UK recently where a Christian couple running a bed and breakfast took a booking from a gay couple, and then when they turned up and signed in and went to use the room they paid for, they were told that they weren't welcome when it was realised that they were gay. The gay men took them to court and won and got compensation. I think the couple appealed and lost their appeal. So there's quite a bit of news about that in the UK.
Yeah, this is.
I'm pretty sure there are laws in America where you can't.
That's a great example.
This isn't a real strange thing in just America. If I go north of the border from here,
certain
areas.
Still need.
All right, yeah. There's certain areas that I cannot go into to buy petrol. Otherwise, I'm going to get told to fuck off down the road. Simple as that. And these prejudices exist. But that's within their rights to refuse me their custom. If they want to lose the business,
where would that be? Where was that?
No, I'm not saying it's right.
Where would that be, Chance?
I don't think that is acceptable.
That's in Ireland.
I thought you were talking about Canada.
No. I only have.
Are you a Catholic or a Protestant atheist?
Am I a what?
Are you a Catholic or a Protestant atheist?
Well, I was. If you really want to know the history, then I was a Catholic altar boy at one stage.
Oh.
I was being a little facetious.
Well, there's your facetiousness now, just down to the wire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a Catholic altar boy. You know how to castrate a priest the easiest way, don't you?
Nick, I have to put over to Fiona.
You kick the altar boy in the chin.
Oh,
let's not go there.
Right, there is a strange thing in the UK where if you're the owner of a bar that sells alcohol,
the points. Sorry,
was
Mark.
I interrupting?
Coming back to the point was you're entitled to refuse the customer. If you don't want the business, you're entitled to refuse the customer. I know.
I mean, in America,
but
there are discrimination laws in America, aren't there?
Yes, there are. There aren't any.
Yeah, there's
qualifying.
There are states in the United States where they can deny you a hotel room because you're a gay person. So think about this. There's a gay person traveling, and now they can't sleep. They can't lay down because they're gay. It's disgusting.
It's also they can deny service to you if, I don't know, you know this usual saying, no shoes, no service. So they don't have to take everybody.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say about the bars in the UK.
Oh, yeah, no.
But that's different.
This thing is that this idea that homosexuals or transgenders or whatever somehow have chosen to do this, and now that's the excuse.
Oh, yeah.
And personally, I don't want to get into if it's a choice or not, but where do you draw the line?
Yeah, I agree with you. The point I was trying to make is that in the UK, if you own a bar or you run a bar or a pub, you're a pub landlord or owner, you can refuse to serve alcohol or refuse to serve anyone in your pub or bar, and you don't have to give a reason. However, you cannot discriminate on the positive grounds. I'm not going to serve you because you're gay or because you're black. Can I finish? You can simply refuse to serve someone without reason. That's the law.
I suppose you can't say, no, you're a Mormon, I don't serve you. That wouldn't fly either, would it?
No, you can't positively discriminate. But you can refuse to serve alcohol to someone in this country without giving a reason. If someone walks into your bar, you can say, I don't want to serve you, goodbye.
Individually. Right.
Yeah. Without reason.
I have a question about
basically.
I'm not advocating for people to get fucked out for no reason. But
no, I know. I'm just trying to show the difference. That you cannot discriminate on the grounds of race or religion or gender.
Absolutely fucking agrees here. This is exactly the same. And you can turn around and say, oh, I'm not going to serve you because you're a trouble causer. But you can't turn around and say, I'm not serving you because you're gay.
Yeah.
That's the only difference.
Yeah, you don't have to give a reason in a bar. Any reason at all. You can just say, I'm not serving you. Go.
I'm not serving you, and fuck off.
Yeah.
I suppose we can say this is like herding cats, so atheists don't agree on anything on this particular issue.
Well, no, I agree entirely. I think no one should be refused anything on the grounds that they are gay, trans.
I just mean it's contrary to the topic, so this doesn't work at all.
I know you weren't. I'm not saying you were. I'm just saying that's my opinion. I agreed with what FSX was saying. There should not be any discrimination.
I did just want to chime in real quick.
Amen.
It's a shame that Nate left. But the reason why the government imposed itself in the South with the Civil Rights Act wasn't, a lot of people like Chance's idea of going to the next restaurant, etc. A lot of people brought that up at the time, but it wasn't realistic. Almost all the businesses were white-owned. Almost all the hotels were white-owned. The school boards were white. You didn't have a choice. That's the problem. So when the government said, we're stepping in, it's because they realized that there was no other way to achieve equality in any sense of the word. Because if you're black and you don't have a place to go, you're going to end up sleeping on the street just because of the right of people to say no. No, that wasn't actually what a social contract was all about. That's why the government stepped in. That's what I wanted to say. There was a realistic, pragmatic, and in fact legal reason why they did what they did.
Hi, Nathaniel. Good to see you again. I haven't seen you for a while.
Yeah, well, I've been around actually, but in different hangouts.
That's good to see you. I always enjoy listening to you.
Thanks.
Amen and hallelujah.
According to the Civil Rights Act of 1964, there are 4 protected classes: race, religion, national origin, and sex. Sex not being taken to include, gender identity or sexual orientation. And so the basis of discrimination claims is essentially has to refer to one of those. And that's kind of why these things don't exist on any national level. A number of localities have enacted laws at varying levels. Very often municipalities, but some states as well. Now, there's a dire problem with all these, which is that essentially it requires some kind of declaration of intent. And all someone has to do is just, they're already acting in bad faith by discriminating, so at the point you attempt to establish any claim, they simply, falsely claim their intent or rationale, whatever is on some basis. So
Nadia, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
You kind of brought this up earlier, and this is another one of those kind of tough topics people don't like to talk about. But transgender people in bathrooms. How does this work? How are the laws currently, and how do we feel they should be?
Just before she answers, can I read something else out that Jade, who's American, has sent to me, saying this is regarding if you're denied service at a hotel room. The states may allow that, but it violates interstate transit laws, and they can be sued, and they will win. And the LGBT folks will win, apparently. So there you.
All right, fair enough. And Nadia brought up the bathroom thing earlier, so I'm gonna just let her go with it. Like, how are these laws being enforced? How are people being discriminated? And I'm curious about this. I don't really know how that kind of pans out.
Essentially, it's on the way people are discerning it on a practical level is one's appearance. Basically, if you haven't had enough surgery or were lucky enough to have received treatment early enough or whatever, you get clocked and thereby reported. Some security officer or police person will intervene at that point. And the way it usually goes is, if your ID matches, you're in the clear. Now, the way you get your ID matching is to seek medical treatment, have the standards vary by state to state, but usually at least one, often more than one medical professional, usually requiring at least one MD, to issue a statement to the authorities. You get some paperwork to get your ID changed. So at that point, you get your license to go to the right bathroom.
So for you, when you're traveling around the country, is that a concern for you? Do you always use one bathroom or the other, or depending on where you're at, do you kind of weigh your cost benefit, thinking that maybe someone's going to try to hurt you in some way because of what you've chosen?
My international travel abilities have been severely limited financially since 2008, so I've not.
Can I object to the word chosen that you just used? That's not really the thing, is it?
Well, you also have to understand that I was considered a rather disruptive presence in men's restrooms as well. So
well, I don't mean you, Nadia. I mean FXX. So FX 32. He used the word chosen.
And I'm not trying to be disparaging. I'm just saying I understand from a practical point of view. Nadia understands that she doesn't really necessarily know how whatever place she's at is going to react to wherever she goes. So in her head, she has to be like, well,
now I get you.
Do I want to deal with the conflict? Do I want to, or do I just want to use the bathroom? So
the way I deal with it is I do not travel to red states or other areas where the laws are against me.
Right. I mean,
in the red states, there is actually often some kind of provision along these lines, even despite all this, because kind of lingering much longer ago eras left in place. However, Arizona and a few others have actually proactively gone out to erase them off the books and so on. And basically, if it's a red state, it's a less liberal area. I know better than to go there. And frankly, in fact, the bathroom issue is probably not even paramount among the concerns. Frankly, just totally extra-legal assault and all are much larger concerns and areas biased that way against me.
All right. And I was just asking because, I mean, I was curious. I'm not, and to be clear, I'm not saying that I think you should be able to go to the female restroom because you're a female. I'm not arguing that, but I understand that from your point of view, obviously you're cognizant of the fact that wherever you're at, someone's going to perhaps have something to say about it, and you decide if you want to deal with that day or you don't want to deal with that day. So I was just kind of curious. I'm guessing, I mean, going to the bathroom is a basic need that we have to do in life, and it shouldn't be like, I have to go to the bathroom, now I have to think of, well, now I have to think about where I'm going to go, even though I should just go to this one spot, but I know that maybe they're going to give me shit for going to this spot or that spot, so it feels
this
like...
might not be the place.
I guess, go ahead.
No. Sorry.
I get flack no matter which one I go to. I don't actually care which one I go to. I seem to get less flack in the women's restroom. I still get some flack. So it's usually like people just, complaining to each other loud enough to be overheard or something like that. So.
Okay. Fair enough. And I only mentioned it because I heard you kind of mention it earlier, so I thought I'd just give you the chance to...
Well, I just want to say that the camera's kind of fuzzy, but I can't tell if you're TG or not. I mean, I just can't tell. I just wonder about people who look at... I don't know. I find that very strange to some people, I guess. But from my perspective, I can't tell.
Yeah, well, the blurriness washes out a bit, but I have had ID checks called in on me a couple of times, but not very many times. Most of the people have, when they want to gripe, they're more interested in insulting me than actually bringing down whatever authorities on my head, because I don't know, I guess people actually kind of sort of know that, there's a license or something that allows me to do it.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just, I guess in life I don't really have the opportunity to talk to people who are transgender or whatever, so I see these are these things I've evolved on in life, and I have no issue with it. I have no problem.
I totally changed from when I grew up in the 70s, and transgender people, first of all, if they were even known about, were looked down upon or made fun of, and that was just the social culture of the time. But I have actually several people online who I know since a long time now who are transgender, and I have even a family member who I remember being born when I was in my 20s. Now he is here in Israel. He's transgender. And I have completely changed. I mean, this is a pure case of changing one's mind, I guess. Yeah. I was never against transgender, but like everybody else, I kind of looked down on it or whatever, made jokes. But I guess been been 25 years or so since I have. It's completely changed my attitude. But I was always a strong proponent for
right.
for gay rights, etc.
I jump in. I would say that a lot of those issues, transgender, gay issues, I think it comes down to just the level of maturity a person has. And I feel that in the past, maybe if I thought something about any of those things, it was just because I was an immature person. I wasn't. I was so concerned with whatever. What I have no. I really. They're just people like everyone else. It really should not be an issue.
Yeah, but
unfortunately it is.
No, it's not. It's not that necessarily that you're immature. It's you just don't know. You're ignorant. I guess I was lucky because when I was like 10, the movie The Cage aux Folles, which was remade into The Birdcage, it came out, and it's a hilarious movie actually. So it's a very, very funny movie, etc. And it actually opened my eyes, ironically, to another lifestyle, etc. I mean, I was 10, but it just made me more aware. But even when I was, I guess ignorant and young and making jokes, I never hated, transgender or gay people. It was never like I want to attack them the way that they are attacked now in certain places, physically abused and attacked. It was never like that. It was just that first of all, you didn't think much about it, and second of all, they're kind of like the butt of the jokes, like in the 80s. Polish people were the butt of the jokes. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't that you hated Polish people. You had certain stereotypes you would joke about. But I changed my mind. But again, I don't understand people who viscerally hate others like that. I just don't. That I never did. And
wait,
yeah.
You were telling Polish jokes?
No, I'm saying in the 80s. In the 80s, Polish jokes were like really popular.
Yeah. What kind of Polish jokes are you telling?
Me?
Yeah.
I honestly don't think I ever did. And they were
Google.
No, I don't think they were that funny anyway. It was just kind of like a thing that people would do, but it wasn't. It lasted a few years and then it was over. But
I was just kind of putting you on the spot.
No. I get what you're saying, but it is kind of funny how these things have changed, and right. I've seen it changed, and I have changed. But again, I don't like. There is one thing I don't understand. I mean, I know it's out there, it's real, but I don't try to wrap my head around how these people can viscerally hate another person who is just simply not like them. That to me is bizarre.
Yeah. I think there's actually a basic need for that, to have some minority that you can put all your hate on.
No, because I never did that, and
I try not to do that either, but or whatever. But
well, first of all, I don't consider comedy to be necessarily violence. Making jokes about hell. I mean, how many Jewish comedians make Jewish jokes, for God's sake? It doesn't offend me. I'm Jewish.
No, but that's not what I mean. But we have exactly this problem. In America, they are hacking on the gays, and in Africa, we have them.
Yeah.
Okay, also going against the gays.
Yeah.
And previously, in the past, I don't want to go there because, certain rule.
Mm.
But it seems to be some kind of, I don't want to say it's a law, but it seems to be something that happens all the time in every civilization, everywhere.
I fully accept that, but but that's
isn't that annoying? Shouldn't we grow past that at some point?
Yeah, but join the chorus, my friend. Take a number. I mean, people have been saying this. Some people have been saying this for thousands of years. That's not the point. My point is I think that's a different thing in terms of oppression than the majority of people who first will be ignorant and uncomfortable and then can grow to accept it. There is a different set of personality which can, come to a realization that, hey, maybe I shouldn't say this, etc. It could hurt this person's feelings. And why would I want to do that? Then there are people who are like, I want to kill this person. That's an entirely different mentality, and I don't believe that the majority of the extreme can find empathy, can be taught to release their ignorance, etc. I think it can be in certain cases, but I think it's going to be extremely rare.
Nadia, do you have two cameras on you?
Yeah, I was about to say, by the way. Yeah.
My phone tends to get clearer pictures, so I wanted a clearer picture of my face. Here it is.
Okay. But still kind of, no. Yeah, sorry. I can't tell very well. Maybe I need new glasses.
Can I
Oh, God.
Can I just say on a side note, why do people care whether males or females are in males or females' toilets? Unless they're up to something, and I don't care, it's like, I wouldn't care less if a man or a trans man or a trans woman or whoever walks into the loo, so long as they're just going to the loo and not doing anything.
I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. Guys tend to be perverts, so they feel like guys are going to use this as some kind of excuse to hide cameras into bathrooms.
We want to peep.
No,
we want to look.
Actually, I think it probably. No, I mean not to be sexist about it. I think it probably does stem more from a woman's need of privacy than a guy. I mean, most most joke about guys.
Are you kidding me? I don't want you to see my wiener. I know.
You probably don't, but I know.
I'm one of the guys who would go up to the what do you call these things on the wall? The pissoir.
Okay. The urinal.
Well, the guys weren't happy either. I mean, I go in and it'd be like all practically like shoving themselves up against the urinals to make sure I could see.
Right.
And
no. I understand what I'm saying. I think possibly also it's I'm sure that it stems from some sort of religious and Victorian sense of separation, and women do their thing and men do their thing, sort of thing. But yes, good question. I don't know why women and men have different. But in Roman times they did as well. Actually, public bathrooms were the way most people went, and they were separated between the sexes as well. So it wasn't. It's not just a Christian or Victorian phenomenon. I mean,
it's mainly because women don't actually poop.
Yeah, that's right.
They don't do that kind of thing.
It's pretty obvious.
They're better than that.
Yeah,
men we're dirty.
I see some pretty dirty women's restrooms, but still.
No, it doesn't happen.
Actually, the number one complaint was that in the men's restrooms there are fewer sinks. Because, well, the expectation is, I guess, women touch up makeup and take more time. So I go into a men's restroom. I tie up one of the two sinks, touch up makeup, and there's a line 5 guys long, all bitching, right? So that's actually the number one, at least in terms of vociferously complain about kind of thing.
Just to let out some of my personal OCD, I don't touch the sinks in the bathroom. I just don't touch my penis. I have gotten really good at this. I can pee without touching my penis. I don't touch anything in the goddamn bathroom. It's disgusting.
Oh, I definitely touch myself.
Look, you pull your pants out and jiggle it out, and you don't. I do not touch a dick. Oh, you see people take a crap, they wipe their ass, and then they touch their handle.
I will never clean up behind you.
Does it make sense to wipe your ass? To wipe your ass, wash your hands, and then touch the same thing you just touched with the hand you just touched your ass with. I don't crap in public restrooms. I only pee in public restrooms.
Wait,
and I do not touch my penis.
What's the name of that boxing promoter? Don King. Don King. There was an HBO movie done. I think it was 1999. And but there was a really great scene where they recreate him. I think it was Sugar Ray. I can't remember, but they both are in the bathroom. Don King, goes to piss in the toilet, and while he's talking. And then he comes out and he says, so it's a deal? And the guy says, it's a deal. He puts out his hand to shake, and the guy says, aren't you going to wash your hands? He says, I washed my hands before I touched my dick. Which I thought was such a great line. Egotistical bastard.
I know. In men's restrooms, they're the nastiest people on the planet. Like, I would not, unless it's like a motion sensor on that hand wash thing, I just don't touch anything. Like the handle, the blow dryer thing grosses me out. Like I freak out in public restrooms, but maybe that's just me.
Yeah, you're right.
I can't.
I've spent enough time homeless. I've got a pretty strong stomach anymore. So.
Yeah. Oh God, it's like
I have to wash my hands in the bathroom. Forget it. I gotta wash my hands.
If you don't touch your penis. It's so easy. You unbuckle. You jiggle it out, you piss. You can do it.
Listen. If I go, I maybe it's my OCD, but if I go outside for 5 minutes to the store, I come back and I wash my hands.
Right.
I will. Yeah, absolutely. My kitchen sink is right near my door. First thing I do, I close the door and I wash my hands.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just me. The thing is, I'm not a neat freak. But they just feel dirty,
it's not just you. It's anything like people touch with their hands on a regular basis are just covered in shit.
But it's not. I know that, and when I think about it, it does make me sick. But that's not why I wash my hands. They feel dirty, so.
Oh, it's exactly why I wash my hands. Like when they doorknobs, every time they're covered in shit. Like anything, handrails are always covered in shit. Like every time they test these things, they're covered in shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to. Like I said, the first thing I do when I come back home is I wash my hands. I just can't. But it's not. I'm not thinking about that. I'm just thinking, oh, my hands feel dirty, and it's something that always happens. So, but yeah, thinking about it, sure, I agree completely. That would be another reason why I do it. I just don't, fully.
And with that, I'm probably about to end this hangout, but now everyone knows FSX23 is slightly OCD when it comes to touching.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not that bad. I mean, I'm not OCD, but I do recognize someone took a crap and the first thing they touched was a dirty, wet sink, and I can't do it.
Well, if you read those studies about how many people do not wash their hands after going to the bathroom who work in restaurants, you will probably never be at a restaurant again.
Well, see, that's me. That's me. I'm that guy, and I'm like, guys, I almost want to yell it out every time. I'm like, I didn't touch anything. I didn't touch my penis.
Yeah.
I just peed. I'm not a nasty guy. I just don't want to touch it.
You don't prepare the food in a restaurant. You ever watch Seinfeld? You remember Poppy, the guy who doesn't wash his hands and starts making the pizza?
Look, if I take a crap in a restroom, I'm gonna wash my hands. I just have to turn the sink off with the paper towel.
Well, this is a whole level of class which I can't relate to. I mean, you're talking about someone who was shut out of, essentially every potential restroom. For long enough to have, soiled themselves under duress and been stuck like that for over a month at a time. So,
yes,
this idea of we're so clean is, a privilege I have relaxed often enough not to be able to relate to.
Oh, wow. It looks like I'm about to have the second tornado warning of the week.
Uh-oh. Are you in Colorado?
Yeah, we had a huge
I have a friend, she woke up in Denver to the sirens, etc. Yeah, she told me last night.
Yeah, I live in Denver. Yeah, we had, it's like we saw the funnel. It was scary. And I'm by the foothills where tornadoes are not supposed to form, but I'm hearing hail outside, so.
You're completely hallucinating. God would never allow that.
Oh, it's a voice of God. Dude, we have a great system. It's like, it tells you, like, tornado imminent, get to shelter. It's like, it's no joke.
Now you know what it's like to be under a missile attack. That's what I told my friend.
Fuck yeah, they can put anything on that loudspeaker. They can be anthrax alarm, get in your basement.
Yeah, when the sirens go off, my friend, I've been in the shelter. I know what it's like. So yeah.
Well, I went into a laundry room and then I almost kicked the door in because I was so freaked out. But
I have a basement and there is a heating device that's based on gas. It's basically a big tank. It's a bomb.
A water heater
go off. And I wouldn't go I wouldn't go down there for shelter.
Yeah, I stay away from the water heater, but I mean, where else are you gonna go?
Yeah, that's true.
I have nowhere to go.
Yeah,
the bathtub, right? That's the.
I would run to my car and get into the car and.
No, the car's no safety, my friend. Have you ever seen a tornado? Have you seen
my car is inside my garage.
Yeah, garage is not shaky either. You'll rip that apart so fast.
I would be so screwed, but thank God I'm not living in the U.S.
Yeah,
right? Because I'm in Germany.
I have experienced the 4.5 hurricane.
Oh man, tornadoes.
I've been through hurricanes.
Tornadoes are a lot more devastating than hurricanes if you get hit directly.
Yeah.
Well, hurricane was right over us back when it came.
Well, in 1980, I was on the QE2 moving. My parents were moving to America from Europe, and we moved. And my dad's company was very gracious, and they paid a 5-day trip on the QE2. And we went right through the middle of a hurricane, and it was so bad that they got everybody gathered together in the dining area with life jackets on because they really didn't know if the ship would survive or not. So I remember very well, like however many hundreds of people crammed in that dining room, just like in the Poseidon story, with life jackets on, wondering if we would make it or not. But yeah, obviously.
Well, the funny thing about hurricanes is you'll see news anchors out in their little ponchos, like filming during a hurricane. You never see a news anchor out like filming during a tornado. Like
no. Well, first of all, they're harder to. I mean, they come a lot faster. It's not like you have days and days of warning. You have like minutes of warning. And second of all, it's very. I mean, I used to work in the news. It would, unless you're in a really specific area where you know it's going to hit, you're just not going to see much. You're going to see a really big twister, but you're not going to see much in the distance. So camera-wise, it's not, it's not going to be that huge a deal. So yeah, it's hard to predict. It's hard to get to in time. It's hard to set up the right spot, and again, it is more dangerous. Yeah, sure.
Fair enough. You're probably right.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go ahead and end this hangout. I'm probably going to have another hangout. Preaching Sean wants to do an interview with me, so I guess he's going to do it today. So if anyone wants to keep an eye out for that later today, I might be doing that. If not,
well, it's almost midnight here, but I just want to say I circled you finally.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, so I've subscribed to you since like 5 months, but I keep forgetting about Google+, so there you go.
Thanks, FSX. It was a great hangout.
Yeah, I mean, thanks, Heavy Holland, and thanks for sharing your story with me, and thanks, Sinus, for
it was great fun being here. Thank you.
For letting me accuse you of being a racist. Thanks, thanks, Nadia, because you're always fun and being honest. And I will probably do another hangout sometime soon, but I'm going to sign off, and I'll probably be talking to Preaching Sean later today, and then watching Game of Thrones, because Game of Thrones kicks ass.
I watch that tomorrow morning. It's midnight here. Talk to you guys later.
All right, I'm going to sign off the broadcast, so thanks for coming.
Bye.